Sometimes love makes us choose.
Hi.
A young mom prefers her vices to her boyfriend.
What are you gonna do? Call the cops?
She had no boundaries.
A gold digger doesn't just dig for gold.
She just snapped.
And in this love triangle, three's a crowd.
She found herself torn between two men.
There's no fairy tale ending for these deadly women. When love leaves town. In 1999, 18-year-old Katrina Bridges and 21-year-old Chris Ingraham are head over heels in love.
Katrina Bridges was a real cute girl.
Chris was sort of an all-American boy. He was in the Navy.
I think I know a better way to get warm.
He's that kid in the high school that the girls want to go to the prom with. He is that kid that everybody loves to be around.
It's a magical time for both of them. Until...
Are you coming back? What's wrong?
Chris and Katrina meet. 3 months later, she's pregnant.
She was young and immature. She didn't know how the world worked.
Oh, hey, it's okay. Oh, hey, it's okay. We're having a baby. Oh, my God.
When Katrina got pregnant, Chris didn't run away. He wanted to do the right thing. He stood by her. He wanted to be a dad.
Chris agrees to move to Maine, so the teenage mom is close to her family.
Hi.
Chris has got to support his family, so he gets a job at the local naval base as a clerk.
Look at that perfect little face.
It's just like his mom's.
He's doing it because he has a family, and he's a man, and he's going to take care of them.
The young couple has the support of family, including Katrina's doting grandmother.
Look what Grandma's got you. You sure you're okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
I just gotta use your bathroom.
Sure.
But there's something no one knows. Katrina has a serious problem.
Cute little Katrina, she didn't care who she took money from. If she could steal from her own grandmother, she could do anything.
Stealing is a bad habit Katrina's had for years.
She had stolen from her school. She had stolen from family members. Money seemed to be the object for her.
She not only steals from friends and family, but also the state.
Katrina received welfare benefits. She said that there was no other income coming into the family, even though Chris had a job.
Compulsive thievery can be a sign of psychopathy. She's a psychopath. Psychopaths steal because it makes them feel good. It's a thrill. They think they pulled one over on someone. The higher the risk, the more fun it is for them. And every time they get away with it, that buys them their next free ride to steal something bigger and more valuable.
Katrina, her life, everything she was all lies. It was all a fraud.
But one day, her thieving ways are discovered.
Her grandmother reported that some checks were missing and that Katrina had written checks and tried to cash them.
Chris is appalled.
What's wrong?
You stole from your grandma?
No. No, she gave me that money.
No, she didn't. You stole from her. You stole from my family. I've had enough.
Chris is at odds with himself. He doesn't know what to do. Something needs to be done. This can't go on and on and on.
It was a lot about money. It was about trust. He was nervous about her raising their son because of some of the trust issues that they had had.
What are you gonna do? Call the cops?
No, but if you don't get professional help, I'm leaving, and I'm taking it with me.
So Chris does the only thing he thinks he can do. He gives her an ultimatum.
You wouldn't.
I would, and I will.
Okay. Okay, you win. I'll get help.
And this, for Katrina,
Okay?
might end up being a breaking point.
Hello.
Who?
Hi.
Oh my God, he's so cute.
But a door-to-door saleswoman
Do you have a couple of minutes? Maybe all three of us talk about it?
Yeah. No. Sorry. We
It'll take a few minutes.
gives Katrina another option.
When Chris got a life insurance policy for $15,000 that paid triple indemnity if he died in an accident, Katrina saw a mountain of gold.
Congratulations. Thank you.
So now, there's a lot of money at stake.
In the small town of Jonesboro, Maine, on January 2nd, 2001. Thief Katrina Bridges is staging a robbery in her own home.
She, again, was looking for money, and she took some of Chris's PlayStation games and sold them for a few dollars a piece.
Chris, we've been robbed.
She called her husband at work and said, "We have been burglarized."
They stole your shotgun and your video games. Yeah, I will. I'll call them now.
He said, "Well, call the police." But she never did.
So Chris obviously goes home, and he finds, wait a minute, the shotgun's still there. No jewelry's missing.
I thought you said it was stolen.
I thought it was.
But my PlayStation games are gone. What the hell is this woman talking about? There's been a burglary. No one's broken into our home. What she's done is taken my games and sold them.
You did this, didn't you?
No.
He says, you know what, I've had it now.
I'm done. I'm done.
I've had it with you. I've had it with this situation.
The stage is set. Now Katrina has Chris just where she wants him. defenseless, and sound asleep.
There were so many times that she could have stopped. She could have put the rifle back.
Psychopaths are cool, calm, and collected when they commit the most serious of crimes. No problem. No guilt, no remorse, nerves like steel.
One shot doesn't kill Chris.
She had tried to shoot again, but the gun didn't work properly. She just left him. She walked away.
Now for the alibi.
She gets to her mother's house. Her hair's been crudely cut.
What happened? Are you okay?
I was kidnapped by Canadian drug dealers.
What?
Canadian drug dealers broke into the house, and I'm worried about what they might have done to Chris. I got out of there.
Come in.
I think the only reason for Katrina to cut her hair was to get rid of any blood smears or powder burns, powder soot that may have come from the gun when she fired it.
Some 10 hours after the shooting, Katrina finally goes to the police.
They immediately went to the house.
Sir, can you hear me?
Chris was still alive when he got to the hospital. It was about 24 hours before he died.
There was two of them. They had Canadian accents.
Katrina becomes the only witness.
So they raped Chris.
How about you tell the truth?
Once she saw her first story wasn't going to be believed, she changed paths.
He was depressed. He wanted us both to commit suicide.
Now it was suddenly a murder-suicide pact.
Who pulled the trigger?
He wanted to commit suicide, but he didn't have the guts to do it. He asked me to put the gun to his head. I thought the safety was on, but then I pulled the trigger and kaboom.
That's it. I've heard enough. Take her away.
What?
Her implausible story and a history of lies, robbery, and Chris's life insurance policy all point to her guilt. In 2003, Katrina Bridges is found guilty of murder. She's sentenced to 47 years behind bars.
Katrina Bridges was cute. She was a pretty one. But she was pretty poison.
For Katrina, it isn't just about the money. The lies and the thieving are fun.
There's no indication Katrina had a drug problem. So what was she doing with the money? She didn't need it. She did it because it was fun.
But the consequences for those around her are devastating.
This woman was calculating, was secretive, was devious. She's probably in a good spot right now.
Love can bloom in unlikely places.
He was entranced.
Just tell me the truth.
I am.
but left unattended,
She buried it deep and covered it with soil.
it tends to rot.
She panics. Big mistake.
(2009), Diamond Bar, California. When 60-year-old Vietnam veteran Samuel Wiggins puts up an ad for a roommate,
Yes, can I help you?
Hey, I'm Carmen Montenegro. I've come about the room for rent.
Nice to meet you.
he doesn't expect it to change his life.
So he was looking for someone to rent a room in the house that he lived in.
Tell me about yourself.
50-year-old empty nester Carmen Montenegro wants a fresh start.
Well, I'm single. I've got 2 kids, but they moved out.
Free at last.
Yeah, exactly.
She was beautiful, she had long hair. He was entranced.
Drink, that should cool you down.
Oh, thank you.
No air conditioning, I'm sorry.
Oh, gee, that's a bit of a deal breaker.
She determined that there was no air conditioning, so she couldn't stay there.
I must admit I'm disappointed.
While Carmen doesn't take Samuel's room,
Maybe we can be friends.
I'd like that.
she does take something else. His heart. A confirmed bachelor, Samuel is a changed man.
Samuel made it to 60 years old without having a wife or a longtime girlfriend.
You like?
You bet.
For the first time in his life, Samuel was over the moon about a woman.
Sam.
Samuel's willing to share everything with his new love.
Hey, honey, cheer up. What can be that bad?
I don't know what to do. I can't pay this.
Including his bank account.
I can help you with this.
Really?
Yeah, really.
No, you don't have to do that.
That's okay. I didn't ask. I offered.
He paid for her daughter's college education and a car.
Thank you, Sam.
Sure.
He was very generous with Carmen and her family. He was there to sort of provide for her and her family.
At first, Samuel gives freely. But things take a turn when Carmen starts taking liberties.
Carmen was stealing from him. Little things, but important things.
Hey, honey.
She looked upon him as a source of income. Something that she could use over and over again to get what she needed.
And shopping
Just a little treat.
with my money.
Are you accusing me of stealing your money?
There's nothing left.
You are going to be a lonely old man.
The lovers have their first fight. But it doesn't end the affair. Samuel can't bear to kick Carmen out of his life.
I wasn't expecting this.
I wanted to say sorry. There's one more thing.
He wants to make things permanent.
Will you marry me?
Sam. Yes! Yes! Oh, yes! Oh.
They were intending to get married. He was prepping the house for her moving in.
Carmen wanted Samuel's money, not his engagement ring.
In Diamond Bar, California. After 60 years of bachelorhood,
I'd like that.
Samuel Wiggins is finally sharing his life with someone. Carmen Montenegro. Samuel soon realizes he's made a mistake.
If you think I'm a thief, why are you marrying me?
I love you.
He wanted more of a relationship.
But there are so many things missing.
She wanted his money. That wasn't going to work.
Just tell me the truth.
I am.
I don't believe you. I want out. I'm calling it quits.
Samuel was done with the relationship.
But for Carmen, that isn't an option.
She just snapped.
Carmen stabbed Samuel twice in the chest. And those wounds killed him. Then she commenced to stab him 22 times in the back. I hate you 22 times. He must have really made her angry.
After the rage, the reality. Carmen has 200 pounds of dead weight to get rid of.
So she went outside in the shed and got his chainsaw. Started the chainsaw and began to cut off his head, his arms, and his legs.
Sometimes killers dismember a body for practical reasons. And another reason is ghoulish. They do it because they like it. I think Carmen fell into that category.
Carmen hits on a novel way to dispose of Samuel's body.
She got 2 large pots, and she buried his head in one pot. She buried his arms in another.
So I think she was trying to disgrace him even in death.
But some parts don't fit in a pot.
She tells the residents there that she's doing a gardening project. She digs a bunch of holes in the backyard.
She put the torso and legs in one bag, buried it deep into the garden, and covered it with soil.
To cover her tracks further, Carmen offloads the plants as a touching gift to a cousin.
She takes them over on Mother's Day.
Carmen, what brings you here? A happy Mother's Day. For you. Oh, they're beautiful.
And in those potted plants, one plant has the head of Samuel, and the other one has both of Samuel's arms.
Come on, come on.
I've heard of killers dispersing body parts to relatives of the victim, but that's for the purpose of taunting them. What Carmen did, I think, is totally unique.
Carmen gets away with murder. Now she gets down to business.
Carmen started draining Samuel's bank accounts immediately after she killed him.
She was trying to convince people he was still alive. So she is using his credit card, she is paying his rent, she's driving his car so that if you look, he's still alive.
But his family is concerned.
Hello? Ramon? No, he's out of town.
Everybody's starting to say, what happened to Sam? He's not been around.
Hello?
His nephew comes looking for him.
Hello?
When he found his uncle's cigarettes and lighter outside,
Uncle! Hello!
and his favorite shoes still there, now he's on the hunt for Samuel.
Hello!
He found fine blood spray on walls and doors.
He goes straight to the police. Carmen has to think fast.
She panics and decides to move Samuel's remains. Big mistake.
Things only get worse when relatives turn up unannounced.
Carmen?
Guys, I need your help. $1,000. $1,000 each. 5,000. 5,000 each. Come on, guys, I need your help.
Carmen might have been good at killing, but she certainly wasn't good at hiding.
Bring the bin over.
When she asked him to help her lift a garbage bag into a container, and it opened, and there was part of Samuel.
He's just overcome by the smell and the just gruesomeness of it all.
Carmen's dug herself a deep hole.
She reaches in and starts grabbing the body parts.
And tossing them into the garbage bin, like they were paper plates.
A desperate murderer with nowhere to turn.
Carmen starts following him, begging him to help her, and she's got the garbage bin with her.
I think Carmen must have been out of her mind at that point.
Police are hot on her trail.
Ma'am, hold
It's not long before they catch her red-handed.
What's in the trash can? Nothing. It's just trash.
The stink of death was following her everywhere.
Carmen Montenegro is found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to 26 years to life in prison.
The audacity and gruesomeness of this crime is off the charts.
Samuel waited 60 years for the right woman. Carmen turns out to be his biggest mistake.
She's a hustler. She hustles men for money.
Carmen Montenegro went from being a con woman to a thief to a murderer to a ghoul.
She likes to have a man who's bad.
Very volatile relationship, but a very strong connection.
When one isn't enough,
both of them got sucked into it.
no one wins this deadly game.
She didn't know what she wanted.
Adelaide, Australia, 2003.
Here's to a man-free zone. Are you sure?
40-year-old Julie Dunn
I'm over them.
is trying to kick a bad habit.
I'm serious.
Men.
She went from one bad relationship to another.
Isn't that your son?
But Julie just can't help herself.
Oh, yeah. Who's he with? Don't know, but he's cute.
Oh, Julie, you are hopeless.
Julie wants it all, and she wants a man with her all the time. Any man.
This night, her son's neighbor catches her eye.
Hey, Mama, do you know Graham?
No. Hey, Julie.
Graham. Nice to meet you.
39-year-old Graham Wilkes is the kind of steady guy she needs.
I think things will get better, though.
Friendship turns to romance. And Julie's hooked again.
Graham was a bit of a family man. He had his daughter every second weekend. May well have been the most stable relationship she had.
Graham's family welcomes her to their inner circle.
Do you need any help?
You can take. Thank you. Almost.
And Graham sounded really nice. Mum and Dad were fantastic people.
She seems a lovely lady.
He had a very close relationship with both of his parents,
Eat up, everyone.
who were very sound, reliable people.
But there is something about Julie's past that Graham and his family don't know. Her ex, Greg Havey, is still in love with her.
Greg didn't really accept the breakup of his relationship with Julie. And he made something of a nuisance of himself.
What are you doing with my woman?
She's not your woman, mate.
Greg Havey ends up getting remanded in custody for an assault against Graham.
Here you go.
Thanks, nurse.
Hey, come on, tough guy. This will help. I'm sorry he did this.
Hey, it's not your fault.
While Julie appears the perfect nurse, she has another secret. She's still in contact with her ex.
Hello?
Hello, will you accept a reverse charges call from Greg Havey?
Yes, I will.
Julie was clearly torn between these two men. Perhaps the sensible side of her wanted to be with Graham and the other side wanted to be with Greg.
How's my girl?
I'm missing you like crazy. I want to hold you.
Yeah, soon. You waiting for me?
Yes.
She's living with Graham, but she still lusts after her ex, Greg.
She sent Greg letters whilst he was in jail, expressing her ongoing love for him.
I always had a bit of a sense that she kind of enjoyed being the centre of attention between these two men.
Graham, is that you?
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Julie Dunn had a boyfriend problem.
Are you hungry?
Yeah, sure.
She was living with one, but in love with one in prison.
But her perfect love triangle is getting complicated. After 3 months behind bars, Greg Havey is due to be released.
Hey, how's my girl?
Don't. I'm in the mood.
When Julie found out Greg was going to be released soon, she had a little bit of a problem.
What's the matter with you?
Just leave me alone, okay?
I
I don't know what you want anymore.
But instead of saying to Graham, I gotta go, she looks at Graham and thinks, you've gotta go.
In Adelaide, Australia, Julie Dunn has one boyfriend too many and doesn't want them to find out about each other. On December 3rd, 2003, she prepares her last meal for Graham Wilkes.
She placed sleeping tablets in his curried egg sandwiches for lunch.
She wanted him unconscious. So she crushed 7 or 8 sedatives and put them in his food.
Wasn't expecting this.
Peace offering.
She didn't want to face him. She didn't want to struggle. She didn't want to fight.
The best estimate is that it was about 7 tablets that were administered to Graham. That would have caused him to have been significantly sedated.
Hey, come on. You're tired.
That's rendered him virtually unable to defend himself.
Up.
He sustained a minimum of 3 serious blows to the head, causing significant brain injury and a fracture to the skull. He made no attempt to try and protect his head from those blows.
It was senseless. It was totally senseless. It wasn't needed.
Julie thinks he's dying and calls emergency.
Julie calls and she tells them that her partner's been assaulted.
Please, I need an ambulance. My boyfriend, he's really hurt.
By the time the paramedics arrive, Graham is in a very serious condition. He was unresponsive, he was unconscious. The version that she initially told people was that she'd come home and found Graham in this condition.
What can you tell us?
Julie shocks the police when she names a suspect.
I didn't want to tell you the truth. It was my son. My son did this.
The man who introduced her to Graham. Her own son.
When Julie pointed the finger at her son, he was more than happy to tell the police exactly what happened.
He said that at some point she came over and talked about giving Graham a curried egg sandwich.
And Julie asks him to help cover up her crime.
She spoke about providing a false alibi to say that Julie had been at the shops. Julie wasn't a good liar. Her stories would come unstuck very quickly, and that's why the police kept going back to her and back to her.
While the investigation continues, Graham is in the hospital, in a coma.
Julie cared so little about Graham, she didn't even visit him while he was there. She couldn't even fake it.
9 days after the attack, Julie's life is looking up. Her true love is free.
Greg, besotted by her, removed his home detention bracelet and returned to their house as though nothing had happened.
But something else happens that day. Graham Wilkes dies.
Julie Dunn?
Ironically, Greg was released from jail on the 12th of December, the same day that Graham died.
You're under arrest for suspicion of murder.
Now she's a murder suspect.
Julie lacked sophistication, even lacked cunning to pull something like this off. Criminal mastermind, she's not.
In 2007, Julie Dunn is found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 18 years.
I think Julie Dunn is a very manipulative woman who will say whatever she needs to in any situation.
In this love triangle, there are no winners.
This trial was all about the complexity of human relationships.
The woman who fed her lover sedatives is serving her time in the prison kitchen.
Given Julie's lack of intelligence, she's the last person in the world who ever should have tried to get away with murder.
These deadly women had big choices to make. Katrina Bridges stole her baby's father. Carmen Montenegro dumped her fiancé. And Julie Dunn chose evil over good. They all made sure love leaves town. Some women let love run free. Others like to tighten their grip. A jilted lover wants the ultimate revenge.
She's doing everything she can to hurt him.
A military woman goes to war.
Jealousy is one of the ugliest emotions humans experience.
And a gifted student makes love a dangerous game.
She didn't understand how to handle rejection.
These deadly women can't say goodbye. They cling till death. In the middle-class suburbs of Denver, Colorado, a portrait of family happiness.
Oh, be careful.
28-year-old Darcy Matlock seems to have it all.
Darcy had a good job. She's married, little 4-year-old girl. Everybody liked her.
Oh, you must be tired. No? Hang on, let me fix your hair. Don't forget I'm working late tomorrow.
And she had what many people thought was a stable marriage.
Been working long hours lately.
I know it. Hey, you want to swing?
But Darcy is spending far too much time at the office. Her job provides extra benefits.
Something was happening at the office. Darcy was having an affair with a young man named Ron.
The fact that she was involved in the extramarital affair, I think, showed some issues with her personality.
Okay, guys, that's me for the day. So, you all have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Bye, boss. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.
You coming?
No, not yet.
Have a good night.
You too. Night.
Despite everything Darcy had going on, she wanted more.
What happens in the office doesn't stay in the office.
Once Darcy started the affair, everyone in the office knew it. She also started coming into work later, not coming at all.
Before long, her husband hears all about Darcy's affair.
Where have you been?
Just out with a girlfriend.
Stop the lies. I thought we were happy.
I'm sorry.
Darcy's life started to unravel.
Not only does her husband leave her, he takes their daughter with him.
The killer for her was that she lost custody of her daughter.
Her stability was lost by her husband leaving her, taking her child.
That's a tremendous loss for anyone, even though she brought it on herself.
I miss her.
You'll see her.
Darcy seeks comfort in the arms of her new lover, Ron Griffin.
Well, you've got me.
She moved in with her boyfriend, Ron. But she was very depressed about losing her marriage.
But her live-in lover isn't always the comfort she needs.
I don't think Ron was very happy, and things disintegrated in that relationship.
You are so funny. No, really, like I did exactly the same thing last weekend.
Darcy reveals her true colors, all of them dark.
Were you hurt?
Oh, no, I'm fine. Excuse me. I gave up everything for you.
Darcy's literally falling apart.
She's your type.
She's depressed, and she's starting to act erratically.
Get real.
The cheater now fears she's being cheated on.
Where are we going?
I'm meeting the boys.
Without me?
Darcy blew up her own life.
I do everything with you.
But that wasn't enough. She began to go after Ron.
I'm going.
What? You're not going anywhere.
I am.
But her tantrums don't bring Ron to heal. They drive him away.
Trouble with Darcy was just a drip, drip, drip. She lost her husband, she lost her child, and now she's lost her boyfriend.
You want some salt and pepper, babe?
You know it.
Relax.
Smells amazing.
Ron fell in love with someone else.
24-year-old Andy Hanks Griffin
To us.
is single and stable.
He found a young, pretty young woman, Andy, that he'd fallen in love with.
How was work?
It was good. It was good. I missed you, though.
I missed you too.
A whirlwind romance leads to marriage. But Darcy can't accept she's been dumped for a second time.
This fueled an obsession with Darcy. I mean, she could not stand that she lost Ron.
Harassing the newlyweds isn't enough for Darcy. She wants Ron to suffer.
She started stalking, sneaking around.
She wanted to hurt him deeply.
Denver, Colorado, 1993. Darcy Matlock's office affair costs her her marriage and daughter, and now her lover. But she's not taking it quietly.
Darcy had been claiming to everybody that Ron was abusing her.
I didn't touch her. She's mad.
That he'd been pushing her around and harming her.
You're sacking me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The truth was, it was the other way around.
But that wasn't enough. She wanted much more.
Run! There's someone outside.
Ron's new marital home is no sanctuary.
She's doing everything she can to hurt him, to get him back for leaving her.
I think you're feeling threatened. You're feeling under the gun. You feel like this person will just not let the relationship end.
Darcy's stalking steps up a notch.
Hello. Enjoy your dinner tonight? What? You know you're living with an out-of-work loser.
Darcy, stop this!
You know you want me.
Darcy was consumed with jealousy.
Desperate to protect themselves, Ron and Andy look for a legal way out.
I'm sorry.
When Ron and Andy took out a restraining order on Darcy, at that point, Darcy was a pest.
Yeah.
Ron, it's me. I don't want to fight anymore. Can we meet?
All right. But this is your last chance.
Well, normally a restraining order for most people will cause them to cease and desist contact.
She wants me to meet her.
Well, if you think that's a good idea.
I won't be long.
I don't think they knew she was dangerous, but she was about to show them that they were wrong.
On December 6th, 1993, Ron waits for Darcy in a local parking lot. But she's a no-show.
Darcy really didn't want to talk to Ron. She wanted Ron to get away from the house.
Darcy is visiting someone else in disguise.
I think the fact that she was wearing a red wig and didn't want to be seen by any witnesses was obvious that she was trying to withhold her identity.
Neighbors reported seeing Darcy pacing back and forth. I think she was working up the courage to do what she wanted to do.
She made it as far as the front door of her apartment and collapsed. When we got there, that's where I saw her. I was laying on the ground, partially in, partially out of the apartment in the hallway. I don't believe she was breathing at that point.
Most people would think killing Ron would be her ticket for revenge, but really, killing Ron just kills Ron. To ruin Ron's life would be to kill the one he loves.
Darcy's next move is equally bizarre. She's not calling Ron to gloat.
It's me. I shot Ron's wife.
She's calling her ex-husband.
Will you meet me? Her ex-husband was smart enough to know not to do that.
Okay, just stay there. I'll come now.
Okay, hurry.
Perhaps he was afraid he might be the next target.
Want to report a shooting?
Darcy's in for a surprise. Captain Joseph Padilla was the arresting officer.
When I pulled up, there were several police officers surrounding a car.
Ma'am, open the door.
She pulled her hands inside. She went for a gun in her lap. But I reached down and ripped it out of her hand and pulled it away.
Get out of the car.
We disarmed her that way.
Two months after Andy's murder, there is another casualty.
Ron loved Andy so much, and Darcy really did ruin his life to such an extent that Ron took his own life 2 months later.
To come home and find that his bride had been murdered by Darcy would certainly have been more than he could tolerate. When Darcy killed Andy, she inadvertently killed Ron as well.
In 1994, Darcy Matlock is convicted of homicide and sentenced to life in prison.
Envy can be defined as, I like what you have, I'd like to have it myself. Jealousy is, I like what you have, and I hate you for having it. And that was Darcy Matlock.
Oh, you can't say that.
For some women, attraction begins when love breaks down.
Yeah, definitely she's becoming a stalker.
When attraction turns to obsession,
She's not going to have relationships with other people.
there's no way out.
You should never have sex with a crazy ex.
California Navy man Victor Saucedo is everyone's buddy.
Close. Had a lot of family and friends. People loved him, thought he was a great guy.
Even, women that he had dating relationships with in the past, they continued friendships after they broke up.
And the popular man has no trouble making new friends either. Like fellow Navy recruit, 22-year-old Vegas Bray.
When Vegas met Victor in the Navy, they were smitten immediately.
I just watched you walk in and I couldn't help but come by you drink it. Vegas Bray was an intelligent person.
Thank you.
And socially, liked in a lot of ways by the people that knew her.
In 2010, they join ranks, but there's someone else in the picture too.
Come on, son, let's go.
The apple of Victor's eye.
Come on, you can beat the old man.
Victor had had a son with another woman. They weren't married, but they kept in contact, and they were friendly.
But that is Victor. He works hard to get along with everyone, no matter the circumstances.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, babe, how are you?
Come on, take the shot.
Who's that? Who are you with?
Oh, that's just my son's mom.
What is she doing there?
She didn't want Victor to be with anyone else but her.
She's just picking our son up.
Are you seeing her?
Get real, I'll talk later.
Vegas had to be the only person in Victor's life, and that included his son.
Almost there, come on. Good job, my man.
The new love of Vegas's life is a man of ambition.
Had served his country and was moving on to the next step to better his education and move on with his next career.
He continued his studies. He wanted to get a degree so he could get a good job.
Vegas is not a sharer.
What are you up to?
Want a sneak peek of my new uniform?
She knows she has a good man, and she's determined to keep Victor to herself.
She thought that the sexual way of getting things was the only way to get things.
Unfortunately for Vegas, everyone loves her man. Wherever he goes, he meets friends.
So good, how are you?
You look great.
And Vegas isn't coping.
Vegas, meet my old friend Cherie.
Hi, I'm Sherry.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Can I grab this?
She approached the relationship in such a way that it was going to be her and nobody else.
How well do you know her?
She's just a friend.
I want to go.
Don't be so crazy.
Now.
Hey, guys. Sorry, I gotta go.
Jealousy is one of the ugliest emotions humans experience.
Even if Victor is prepared to give up his friends, he won't give up his son.
I thought we could go away this weekend.
No, I can't do it. Got my boy.
Well, I think, Victor loves his son, and so he's wanting to do whatever's best for his son, so I don't think he's going to let anything get in the way of that.
But what about me?
My boy comes first.
You spend all your time with him.
Eventually, Victor had had enough of dealing with Vega's irrational concerns and jealousy.
If you can't handle it, I don't want to be with you.
And he broke up with her.
Don't say that.
I mean it.
But he didn't know who he was dealing with.
(2012), San Diego, California. Vegas Bray has been dumped by boyfriend Victor. Instead of moving on with her life, she starts pulling childish pranks.
When Victor broke up with her, she acted like a recalcitrant 5-year-old who had a toy taken away from them.
When that stuff starts happening, then that's when, the jealousy is brewing.
Immature personality is a clinical term. It appears that Vega's emotional development stopped when she was maybe 10 or 11.
The age when Vegas's mother abandons her.
It's a fact that her mother deserted her. Sounds like a rough childhood.
Vegas had some real challenges growing up with abuse and difficulty in relationships that were just never resolved.
It very well could have contributed to the difficult relationships she had with men, in particular, Victor.
Victor's had enough of her childish games and moves to a new address.
Man, he's fast. Oh, did you see that? Do the corner to the side of it.
Victor went so far as to actually relocate, but she found him. Stalkers always do.
Man, you gotta call the cops. Victor did not want to open up confrontations with her. He was a guy who had a big heart, or he was reluctant to police intervention against her.
Hey, it's me. I'm doing it tough. Can we talk?
Vegas plays on Victor's good nature and offers to talk peace.
Your place sounds great.
They drank together, caught up, talking with each other.
That probably was not a good move. That's only going to make her feel closer, more possessive, and, you know, get her hopes of that something's going to rekindle.
Victor let his guard down and let Vegas get close to him once again. And I mean really close.
What they had done was a bad idea. Just how bad it was, and that, you know, just how unstable Vegas actually was.
You should never have sex with a crazy ex.
Let's get breakfast.
In the light of day, Victor realizes his mistake.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Why? Are you just using me?
It appears as though she felt used, felt taken advantage of to some degree.
It never works between us.
And it certainly angered her.
It was a devastating experience for Vegas.
She was rejected. When he turned her down, she went from 0 to 90 miles an hour. The rage kicked in. Somebody who is obsessed with you, owning a gun, is a lethal combination.
There's only one reason a stalker gets a gun, and I think we know what it is.
On October 16th, 2012, Vegas and Victor meet one more time.
Are you gonna let me in?
Yeah, of course. Vegas, I never wanted to hurt you.
We could be good together.
It just won't work.
Well, that's a shame.
I don't know what to say to you. Vegas, no, don't!
She surprised him. She shot him 6 times. She very coldly pointed the gun at his head and fired rapidly 3 more times.
She wanted him to get the message. You can't leave me. Bang, bang, you're dead.
I think when she goes to the apartment, she's made up her mind. You know, she's got a gun, it's loaded.
911, what's your emergency?
There's been a shooting.
Okay, ma'am, who's been shot?
My boyfriend. He's committed suicide.
Police officer! Anyone home?
To infer or to imagine that Victor Salcedo had somehow committed suicide and shot himself 9 times is just preposterous.
But her childlike mind fails to see the absurdity of the statement. Vegas is arrested later that day.
Any trained investigator would know this was a homicide. He died as the result of homicidal violence.
But it takes 2 years for Vegas Bray to be declared mentally fit to stand trial. In 2016, she's sentenced to 50 years to life in prison for first-degree murder.
There was testimony at trial directly related to a very difficult upbringing. That doesn't take away, though, from her responsibility for taking away a father to his son, a son to his parents, and a brother from his siblings.
If you can't handle it, I don't want to be with you.
Don't say that.
Vegas never really grew up, and Victor paid the price. He tried his best to keep the peace, but couldn't compete with a jealous ex holding a gun.
A difficult, abusive, and neglectful childhood probably contributed to her being an unstable woman who was eventually going to hurt either herself or someone else. She did both.
Brains and beauty.
Looks, money, everything.
Some women are blessed with both.
There was nothing standing in the way of her future but herself.
But it's not always a winning combination.
She didn't understand how to handle rejection.
In the nightclubs of Manchester, England, Mindy Kaw-Senhera attracts a lot of attention.
She was absolutely stunningly gorgeous looking. She was very, very bubbly personality and popular with a lot of friends.
She's a stunner.
In 2005, the 21-year-old catches the eye of Sair Ali.
Oh, you've got to introduce me to her.
Sair Ali was a very popular guy. He was a very good-looking man. He was a man about town.
He is a successful businessman, and Mindy is about to graduate as a dentist.
Was a straight-A student in line for a first degree.
I'm in the mobile phone business. What about you?
And she had a top job lined up at a dental practice.
How are my pearly whites?
They look good to me.
Mindy had everything going for her. Everything.
Want to go somewhere a bit more private?
Sair oozes confidence, too.
Yeah.
At just 23, he's already a self-made man. But there are some things beyond Mindy's control. Her new relationship is a forbidden love.
Sair was Muslim and Mindy was from a Sikh family. So the two religions were never going to go together and Mindy would never be accepted by Sair's family.
Please, Mindy, we've got to go.
Why do we have to sneak around?
Because of our families.
But we're in love.
But Mindy thinks love can conquer all.
Mindy wanted more. She saw Sair as a future husband.
Let's not fight. Not with me going on a pilgrimage.
He told Mindy he was going to Saudi Arabia for the traditional Muslim pilgrimage of Hajj.
Mindy won't let religion become an obstacle. She starts studying Islam.
She had a copy of the Quran and she had been seen wearing a headscarf. It was believed that she wanted to convert so that she could win Sair over and his family over.
Mindy lights a candle for every day that he's away.
Mindy thought if she became Muslim, that would be enough. But it wasn't enough.
No, he didn't actually go on the pilgrimage at all, and he never intended doing.
Sair isn't in Mecca. He is in Pakistan attending a wedding. His wedding.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful.
Sair had been promised to his first cousin, Sana, when Sair was 17 and Sana was younger, maybe around 7 or 9.
I declare you both husband and wife.
He was afraid to tell that to Mindy. And is it any wonder?
Mindy is in for a shock. On Sair's return, he's not turning up for their late-night trysts.
Looks great.
Because he's at home with his new wife, Sana.
Sana was happiest cooking and cleaning.
This is great.
She was a stay-at-home wife, and that was the life that she wanted.
Sana was the opposite of Mindy, where Mindy was well-educated, sophisticated, popular. Sana was none of those things.
be there soon.
But Sayer wants to have his cake and eat it too.
Tonight? It's late. I'm sorry, it's business. Oh, come on!
What do you expect?
I'm sorry I'm late.
I just want us to be together. Forever. What?
I've got something to tell you. I'm married.
It would end most relationships, but not this one. Sayer smooth talks Mindy into a new arrangement.
Sayer and Mindy actually entered into what's called a mutar. Under Islamic law, if you've already got a wife, you can have a sexual relationship with another woman as long as it is under the proviso of this mutar.
We can still be together. We can make this work.
Mindy ended up degrading herself and her values when she agreed to be Sayer's temporary second wife. She would do anything to keep him in her life.
English beauty Mindy Kaw-Senhera will do anything to be with her lover, Sayer Ali, including becoming his second temporary wife.
You look happy.
In the spring of 2007, newlyweds Sayer and Sana Ali have some exciting news.
We're having a baby.
Their joy is matched by Mindy's fury.
Sana's pregnant with their child, a boy. Sayer and Sana even have a name picked out for him. He's to be called Abdul.
But there is already a third person in this marriage.
When Mindy looked at Sana, she saw an obstacle to her own future happiness.
She would ring him and text him, and she'd be on the phone ranting.
Did I disturb you? Making love, were you? You make out a lot. Do you?
You've got to stop calling me.
She asks him regularly, did they have sex the night before? She texts and calls him wanting to know what his movements are with his wife.
She didn't understand how to handle rejection, how to make another choice. She was young and immature.
Sayer has to make a choice, his pregnant wife or Mindy.
This is a special trait.
Mindy, you and I are over.
You don't mean that.
I do.
Sayer was never going to leave Sana.
I'm gonna be a father. Our arrangement won't be renewed.
You can't.
She was expecting a child. He was much looking forward to it.
It has to be this way.
Your way.
As they say, there's nothing as dangerous as a woman scorned. She had been scorned by Sayer Ali, and she had planned to do something about it.
Friday, May 11th, 2007.
Hi. Where are you?
Mindy calls her lover one more time.
He told her he was on the way to Friday prayers at the mosque.
Yes, can I help you? Hi, I'm Mariam. I'm a friend of your husband's. I just wanted to congratulate you both.
Oh, Miriam, how nice of you.
Mindy poses as a friend of Sayer's.
Thanks.
Was no reason for her not to let Miriam into the house.
Come in.
You've got the scheming, outgoing Mindy, and you've got the quite unworldly Sana, who's naive and vulnerable, and she lets Mindy inside.
The two then went upstairs and chatted.
And this is the two of us right after the wedding.
Sana got the albums out and was showing her wedding photographs.
Family, friends.
Can I use your bathroom?
Of course.
Thanks.
When faced with her lover's wife, she couldn't take it anymore. She vented all the rage she felt at him on his new young bride. Sana would have been in terrible pain, and Mindy would have been raising the knife, plunging it in. Sana would try to push the knife away with her hands. Mindy stabbed Sana a total of 43 times.
And there's one more victim.
After Mindy had already stabbed her many times, she lifted her shirt and plunged the knife into her lower abdomen. I think she was specifically killing the unborn child.
That was what gave her boyfriend, Sayer, the greatest joy, was that his new bride was pregnant.
Mindy carefully cleans up.
She trained as a dentist. She knew the importance of keeping things sterile, and she believed she'd plotted the perfect murder.
She left the house via a kitchen window, closed the window too, thus leaving the perimeter of the house looking fully secure.
With Sana out of the picture, Mindy calls her lover.
He was chatting to him as normal as anything and asked, would he be happy to go on a weekend away with her?
Later that day, her sister-in-law finds Sana, miraculously still alive. But neither she nor her unborn baby can be saved.
She would be mortally wounded. She didn't die fast. She suffered.
In a crime like this, it's routine for the husband to be a prime suspect. The police seize his phone, and that's a problem for Mindy.
She knew that we'd taken Sayer's telephone off him, and we would soon find texts and calls to do with Sayer and Mindy, and she knew she would soon come on the police radar.
I'm friends with Sayer Lee. I believe you may want to talk to me.
So she contacted the incident room and said, I'm a friend of Sayer Ali. I believe you might want to speak to me. Mindy, in interview, was very cool, calm, and collective. She explained away everything, and she had an answer for everything.
But there is one thing Mindy can't explain away.
Mindy had left her bare footprint on the work surface of the kitchen as she left to go out the kitchen window.
A barefoot print is as good as a handprint or a fingerprint.
The fatal flaw in this perfect murder that Mindy plotted.
Anybody who would look at Sana's body would see that the pattern of injury represented overkill, a frenzied, rage-filled overkill. There was only one person that fit that bill, and that was Mindy.
In 2007, Mindy Sunhara is convicted of murder and sentenced to life with a minimum of 14 years.
Mindy was the ultimate woman scorned, and her scorn was deadly.
Mindy Sunhara is a cautionary tale of a young woman who had it all and threw it all away.
Not only did Mindy believe she was going to walk out of court, she probably believed she was going to walk right into Sayer's life again.
These deadly women refuse to give up their men. Darcy Matlock's office romance became a fatal obsession. Vegas Bray stepped between her lover and his son, and Mindy Sunhara's jealousy destroyed innocent lives. Instead of leaving in peace, they chose to cling till death. Looks, youth, and intelligence can mask the darkest of thoughts. A serial wife sacrifices everything for another ring.
Come on.
She would have taken on an army if she had to.
Just do it!
A Texas beauty wants total control.
This was a murder of rage.
And two sisters aren't daddy's little girls.
This is an unbelievable murder.
These deadly women appear candy-coated, but they are made of sugar and spite. Denver, Colorado, 1996.
Well, he bought it on the spot.
Hey!
33-year-old Teresa Perez is a car saleswoman with a special skill.
A soft, beautiful young woman.
Are you proud of me, Bob?
I'm so proud of you, I can't tell you.
And she saw the effect that was having on men, and she liked it.
She would draw men's eyes wherever she went.
She doesn't just seduce her customers.
Not bad.
I want to celebrate.
Teresa seduces the boss.
Justin made a lot of money through his car dealerships. He was a good businessman, and she wanted to take advantage of that. So she latched onto him real fast.
70-year-old Justin Rosen can't believe his luck.
I rather doubt Teresa would have been in love with Justin if he'd been a normal guy with a middle-class bank account.
Oh, Teresa, I'm much too old for you.
I love older men.
She loved him for what he could do for her.
Teresa's used men all her life. She's on her fourth husband.
What are you still doing up?
Waiting for you. Where have you been?
And they're heading for divorce.
Teresa was drinking heavily.
What do you care?
And developed a gambling addiction.
No, you've had well enough.
Who are you to tell me when I've had enough to drink?
And started stealing money from her husband.
Where's my money?
You mean our money?
No, my money!
She maxed out credit cards. She rang up $42,000 in debt. She was out of control.
It's over.
She threw punches at him in total anger. This wasn't playful Pat. This was intent to do harm.
Teresa wanted a close relationship with the man, but once she had it, she didn't know how to handle it. And her bad side would come out. Psychologically, Teresa was all messed up when it came to men.
But her sugar daddy only sees her sweet side. And when her fourth husband leaves her, Justin sets Teresa and her daughter up in a luxury apartment.
So, how was practice today?
Yeah, it was great. Can't wait till next week.
Oh, really?
Justin was very generous to Teresa. She had a very nice place to live. He gave her cash all the time.
Teresa Perez was a woman who wanted all the finer things in life. She just didn't want to have to earn them herself.
Her teenage daughter has seen a parade of men. But Justin's old school.
Oh, thank you. Sweetie, why don't you go have dinner in your room tonight?
Mom.
Now.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm not comfortable with her.
No, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it.
When Justin said he didn't feel comfortable with a teenager in the house,
You like it here?
Oh, I love it here.
Teresa said, no problem. She packed up her daughter and shipped her out to live with her father.
There's no point sulking.
I don't want to go.
Too bad. You're going.
She didn't want the kid around.
Come on.
Justin's wallet came first.
Teresa is convinced one day Justin will be husband number 5. There's just one catch. He's been married for 60 years.
Oh, no more for me, thanks. I gotta get home.
When the wedding anniversary with his wife came up, he chose to spend the time with his wife, not with Teresa.
Don't do that again, Teresa.
I am sick of being the other woman.
Teresa didn't like that, not one little bit. Justin was dedicated to staying with his wife.
I'm gonna go, okay?
He took care of all her needs, and yet for Teresa, it wasn't enough. She looked at the house and the money and the prestige and everything that Justin had with his wife. And she wanted that too. She wanted it all.
Sneaky, cheating, jerk.
40-year-old Teresa Perez is livid. Her sugar daddy of 7 years, Justin Rosen, won't leave his wife.
After years went by and she saw she was nothing more than the girlfriend, she couldn't take it. Eventually, Teresa's bad side came out.
You think you can just dump me?
And she started stalking Justin, harassing him, being horrible.
When Justin said that he was going to leave, Teresa threatened him. She said, if you leave me, I will tell your wife everything that's been going on between us.
I am gonna tell all of your friends and family, you lying piece of dirt.
She was not going to let him go without a fight.
It's a push too far. Justin acts to protect himself.
Teresa Perez?
Yes?
Served papers on her, essentially a restraining order to stay away from Mr. Rosen and his family. I'm sure that probably sent her into a spiral of anger and feelings of deceit.
That was the final straw. It was like throwing kerosene on a burning fire.
If Justin won't be with her willingly, she is just going to take him. On October 3rd, 2003.
What are you doing here?
You're coming with me.
No, what?
Teresa pays Justin a visit.
She approached him at gunpoint and kidnapped him, forced him to drive his vehicle away from his residence.
Stripped of legal contact with Justin, Teresa feels she has lost everything she cares about.
You are a dead man. But if I shoot you, I'm not going to heaven.
Absolutely had been terrifying for him.
But I'm going to shoot you anyway. I am going to die because of what you've done.
She's telling him that they both are going to die.
Shoot you.
It's all over now. They're going to die together.
You're going to die tonight.
Don't do this, Teresa, please.
You are going to die, and I'm going to die next.
They drove around Denver with her ranting and raving.
There were people everywhere. But if he made a move to get anyone's help, she'd said she'd shoot him, and he believed her. It had to be so frustrating because help was just outside the window. But he couldn't reach out and grab it.
Then Justin has an idea.
Despite the fact that Justin must have been terrified, he was still able to think clearly enough to drive to a police station and pull in the parking lot.
He thinks it's a safe haven and makes a run for it.
She's got a gun! Miss, put the gun on the ground right now.
Teresa is now surrounded by police.
Show me!
On the ground!
Just do it!
No!
Just go ahead and show me! Go ahead!
She puts the gun to her head, threatening to kill herself, and she's screaming a lot of irrational statements.
Just show me!
Then Teresa goes back to the car.
Put the gun on the ground now!
And gets in the passenger seat.
Justin thinks he's finally safe. But
No, miss! No!
Teresa shoots an officer, then turns the gun on her real target.
We had to shoot her. As soon as she fired, pulled my gun on her. I started firing at her. I could see her getting hit. But the gunshots are continuing.
There's no stopping this woman.
Teresa shot Justin 11 times.
The only way to stop her is to stop her straight on. With the same force that she's using.
Both Justin and his murderer, Teresa, die at the scene.
I know it was difficult on the other officers involved. Seeing this elderly gentleman in the middle of this gunfight was shocking. They both died with me there next to the truck.
All her life, Teresa used men, even to her last breath.
I think that's what Teresa was doing. It was easier to have them kill her than to put the gun to her own head.
What exactly led Teresa to such a violent end is unclear.
She was in so much rage, she was nearly blind. She would have taken on an army if she had to.
But inside this tempting seductress was a dangerous monster.
Teresa was a beautiful woman, and her beauty attracted men, but eventually she made herself ugly to all of them.
Some women walk a fine line.
She didn't want to leave.
Between having a bad day.
She acted out in a fit of rage.
And totally killing the mood.
For her, there was never enough.
On the outskirts of Austin, Texas, 31-year-old Brian Allen is happy and in love.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Cheers.
When fate steps into his life, and changes it forever.
Brian was inside with a girlfriend he was dating at the time.
Brian was best known as being a successful businessman.
Sounds like my truck.
A go-getter, a person who basically forged his own success.
But battles in the boardroom don't compare to the force of nature of his 35-year-old ex,
What the heck?
Kara Trishelle Green.
Get out of my truck!
You're such a liar! You're such a liar! You're a liar! You're just like the rest of them. Just like them and said you love me!
Come on!
Trishelle's anger and the behavior that resulted was unbridled. She didn't care what she did or who saw it.
I'm sorry.
The flip side to Trishelle's fierce temper is a sweet, passionate woman.
Love you.
I can't do this again.
Trishelle was able to talk her way out of almost anything that she did.
But I know we're meant to be together. I know it.
Trishelle appeared to be willing to do anything to try to woo Brian back.
Brian realizes he's still in love with Trishelle.
They ended up dating again and eventually getting married. Trishelle was an attractive woman. She could be a charming person.
She was outgoing. She had a very authentic personality. She could come into a room, light up the room.
The happy couple has big plans and dream of a bright future. Thanks to Brian's success,
That's some job. You know I love a challenge.
He owned a construction company, and it was very, very successful business.
We want to build a feature metal arch right across here.
He just had a knack for looking at a problem, a building problem, and being able to solve it.
Trishelle's prince is planning to build a palace just for the two of them.
He gave her whatever she wanted. When they designed the house, he let her make all of the decisions. He spared no expense.
When's my home going to be finished?
Soon. Very soon. I'm building you a palace.
But Trishelle is not easily pleased.
On the surface, even though it appeared they had everything,
I gotta go.
there was something brewing underneath.
You coming back?
I got an appointment with my plastic surgeon.
Then it had a lot to do with her insecurities about their relationship.
Once again, Trishelle's darker side begins to emerge.
We going Friday night or Saturday morning?
So go Friday, make it a long weekend.
She was a charming individual up to a point.
Where are we going?
It's boys fishing weekend.
And that point was when she had too much to drink. Alcohol seemed to fuel her temper.
Get your hands off me.
What's the matter?
You're going away without me?
Her temper would go off like a switch, and she would become very abusive.
You're a jerk.
When she reached that point, nobody could reach her.
Trishelle told people she was bipolar, and that may be true. There's every indication she had serious mood swings, and she medicated herself with alcohol.
Between the arguments, Brian perfects every detail of his bride's dream house. When it's finally finished, everyone is impressed, except Trishelle.
Susan! How are you? I'm good. Your house is so lovely.
Yeah, it's okay.
You're kidding, right?
The kitchen's all wrong.
He built the house the way she wanted. She wasn't happy. She never seemed to be happy with it.
Please, not now.
Why? You can't handle the truth, big man?
Brian had gotten some hints from loved ones. They saw the relationship taking an ugly turn.
Hey, Trishelle, why don't you show me the rest of the house?
Sure. Why not? Take his side, then.
No, it's okay. I'll go.
A friend who told him, you might want to consider leaving this relationship for good. It could lead to something very serious.
Leave me alone, I've had it.
We need to talk.
Want to put me down again, huh?
In Austin, Texas, Brian and Trishelle have a volatile marriage.
You said you love me! You said you love me!
Charming, fun, and passionate,
Where are we going?
Trishelle also has a dark side. And lately, all her husband sees
Get your hands off
is
me.
bad Trishelle.
You're a jerk.
Completely obstructive and obtrusive and violent on many occasions.
Brian tries everything to make his wife happy, even building her a mansion.
The house was a very lavish house.
It's okay. It's not exactly what I wanted. You're kidding, right?
No. The kitchen's all wrong.
Brian wanted to give Trishelle everything, and he did, but what he didn't understand was, for her, there was never enough.
Now, the marriage is in big trouble.
The relationship had reached a level where there was a complete disregard for being husband and wife. Complete lack of respect and even consideration for the relationship that they had.
Their relationship is reduced to a series of battles. The smallest of disagreements sends her into a rage. But now, she fears he may leave her.
She was very unhappy with Brian, but yet she didn't want to leave.
Trishelle accused him of having affairs, was extremely enraged by it. At the same time, she didn't seem to want to let him go.
Trishelle tries another tactic: jealousy. She has an affair with Brian's friend in their marital home.
He's at work. Thank goodness.
That may have been her motivation for having her own affair. Maybe to get back at him.
You want to have some fun?
There's no doubt in my mind, Trishelle wanted Brian to know she was having sex with a friend of his. She probably hoped she'd get caught. It was very brazen.
But it's all too late.
I gotta say, your relationship, it's bad.
Brian has already decided to end it,
I've got to divorce her.
but fairly.
I'll give her half of everything.
Brian didn't want to do it, but he realized that he needed to.
I'm sorry. Me too.
The decision does not sit well with his wife. Bad Trishelle takes over.
She had become embittered and very jealous and paranoid. She felt like she may lose everything if he were to leave her.
On July 1st, 2013, Brian comes home for the last time.
We don't know what went on between Brian and Trishelle that day. My guess is earlier that day, there were words between them about a divorce. Maybe she found out. That's what set her off. This was a murder of rage.
Oh my gosh. I had to kill him. I had to kill him. I had to shoot him.
She sounds like a woman in distress saying, oh my gosh, I had to kill him, I had to shoot him. He kept coming at me.
He was coming after me.
Given the couple's violent history, Trishelle's cry of self-defense might work. Except for one thing. 10 minutes earlier,
Die, piece of dirt. Die knowing that.
she accidentally dials 911. Trishelle's last words to her dying husband
Die, piece of dirt.
are recorded.
Die knowing that.
As he's dying from a wound she inflicted, she's cursing at him.
Brian would have survived anywhere from 60 to 90 seconds. So that's what he's hearing. That's what Brian is hearing as he's dying and losing his life on the floor, is her calling him names, telling him to die, knowing that.
Oh my gosh. I had to kill him.
Like the past few months of his life, tortured at the hands of the woman he loved, Brian dies.
Brian is dead because of Trishelle's narcissism and rage.
Trishelle's inadvertent confession seals her fate. In 2015, Kara Trishelle Allen is convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison.
When Trishelle Allen killed Brian, she lost more than a husband. She lost her sparring partner.
Trishelle embodied two lives. When she was good,
I love you.
she was more than charming. But when she was bad, she was deadly.
The likelihood that Trishelle could ever get control of her temper is very low. A life sentence was completely appropriate, and if she ever gets out, everybody in Texas should move.
Holly, you never answer my calls.
Families aren't always forever.
All they cared about was the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
And when they break,
We're not talking something that's worth a lot of money.
there's a price to pay.
The blood is on their hands forever.
Colwyn Bay, North Wales. Breakups are always tough. But for the Robinsons, it's particularly bad.
I can feel her.
While the family, including daughters 16-year-old Holly and 19-year-old Ashley, anticipate a new arrival.
Oh, she's kicking.
Mom Joanne
Got some news.
hits them with sad news.
Their parents had been together for 25 years. They never actually married, but it was obvious to a lot of people that they were starting to fall apart a bit as a couple. A couple of weeks before Christmas, they split up.
Your father and I are separating.
Why?
He wants me to move out.
And that's when the problems began.
Why do you have to move out?
It's just the way it is.
Well, I'm coming with you.
Girls, you know we haven't been happy.
The family splits, but not down the middle.
You know I still love you.
After the breakdown of the marriage, Tony was in the house by himself. It's a nice-sized three-bedroom bungalow. Joanne moved into a one-bedroom flat.
Mom Joanne takes her youngest daughter with her.
This place is too small for both of you. And Dad's got all that space.
Pregnant Ashley goes to live with the father of her child.
And he's got my jewelry. It's yours. He won't give it to me. Makes me so mad.
Tony's keeping the jewelry and some cash at his place.
There was certainly a feeling that Tony wasn't being completely forthcoming, that things were being held back and they weren't getting a fair shake.
The resentment brews.
Ashley and Holly had a problem with their father.
A rift opens between the Robinson sisters and their dad.
Their relationship, once they moved out of the house, appeared to be non-existent.
And on one notable occasion, she actually ignored her father in the center of town and walked straight past him.
I'm getting a call too. Holly! You never answer my calls!
Dad can't seem to do anything right.
That's your dad.
He means nothing to me.
She won't talk to me. Give it time, mate.
Frustrated Tony leaves town on holiday, hoping it will eventually blow over.
There came a time when Tony was out of town for a while, and Ashley, her boyfriend, and their baby moved into Tony's house.
With her 20-year-old boyfriend, Gordon Harding, Ashley thinks it's an opportunity to reclaim her mom's jewelry and steal some cash. But they're frustrated.
They became almost obsessed and exacerbated, needing to know where this money was, where the jewelry was, whether he'd sold it, whether it was still in a safe. Could they get it back?
Before the couple can work it out, Tony arrives home.
Dad, we weren't expecting you.
That's obvious. Look at this mess.
He found Ashley, Gordon, and the baby there, and the house was in an untidy state.
It's nothing.
Well, it is for me.
He wasn't happy with that, and he basically told them if they were staying, they were going to have to keep the house tidier.
You want to keep living here, you better start cleaning up. Now!
Tony tries to make peace, though he's suspicious of his daughter's motives.
He also found that the safe, which was in an open wardrobe in his bedroom, had been moved as if someone's tried to move it, which he was quite surprised and annoyed at.
Tony fears something's wrong. But little does he know what his daughters are really up to.
When most teenagers want something and they can't get the money from their parents, they go out and get a part-time job. Not Ashley and Holly. That wasn't for them.
July 2010, in Colwyn Bay on the North Wales coast.
I'm going to the pub. When I get back, expect the place to be tidied up. I mean it.
I heard you.
There is trouble brewing. The Robinson family is torn apart. The women on one side, and their father, 61-year-old Tony, on the other.
His space had been invaded.
I've been working really hard, you know.
He was going out a little bit more most evenings, so just to find his own space, to have a bit of time, rather than being in a house with 3 other people.
19-year-old Ashley and 16-year-old Holly are plotting.
There was a feeling of vengeance in the air. They hated their father suddenly, and they wanted to get their own back on him.
Tony has 900 English pounds and some jewelry in a safe. The girls want it all.
There'd been a lot of communications with text messages and phone calls that something was going to happen at night.
With help from their boyfriends, Gordon Harding and Sasha Roberts, the girls plan to rob Tony blind.
Gordon was a normal lad. He'd been brought up in a loving household. In police terms, he was clean. Sasha came from a nice family, but again, a nice lad.
On July 6th,
We've got to do it.
2010, it all comes to a head.
Gordon contacts Sasha by text and says, "Need some male help. He goes tonight." That's pretty clear what's going to happen.
Tonight won't be a robbery. The girls no longer care about what's in the safe. They want their inheritance.
Yes, it's got it! How about that?
Tony provided for Ashley and Holly in his will, but they weren't willing to wait for him to pass of natural causes. They wanted their inheritance now.
Oh dear, you know, I gotta leave. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah.
When he came home, he was drunk, but he wasn't paralytic or anything like that. A bit of an argument ensued.
Hey, Dad.
Ashley, I'm not putting up with this mess.
I'll clean up tomorrow.
No, it's too late. I'll go rid of your mum. And you can go as well if you don't buck up. I'm going to bed.
Tony went to bed as normal, obviously none the wiser that there was anything afoot.
As the girls and their accomplices gather, they have already decided who will do the deed.
Gordon had 2 knives, one given by Sasha. And it's kind of inconceivable that you would arm yourselves with 2 knives.
Just after 1 a.m., Gordon entered Tony's bedroom. And ended up stabbing him 15 times.
The wounds to Tony were significant. One of the wounds actually went through the top of the shoulder and came out his back. This is an unbelievable murder of a father by individuals willingly acting together. You're supposed to be safe in your own home.
At least Tony may never have realized his own daughters were behind his murder.
There's one member of the Robinson family left out of the commotion. Mom.
He's gone.
Joanne knows the teens have not thought this through. She tries desperately to save them.
Joanne called the police and informed them that Tony had attacked them all,
My ex-husband just attacked our daughter. And her boyfriend in self-defense killed him.
And they'd had no choice but to defend themselves.
Gordon admits to stabbing Tony, but only in self-defense. The trouble is, the evidence doesn't support the story.
Quite tellingly, he didn't have any injuries on him. And I defy anyone really to disarm someone with a knife without getting cut at least once.
Police also noticed that nothing had been disturbed in the room, ornaments and other things, which gave the impression that there couldn't have been this huge fight which Gordon had claimed.
Of course, stabbing someone 15 times in self-defense is 14 times too many.
It's not just the crime scene that's suspicious. The killers leave a digital trail.
Police soon located their text messages and discovered it was a very different story that was emerging from the one they'd originally told.
With their plotting exposed, in 2011, all four are convicted of joint enterprise murder. Ashley Robinson is sentenced to a minimum of 22 years in prison. Sister Holly receives 18.
Like most teenage killers, they didn't think everything through. All they cared about was the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Joanne Barr is convicted of perverting the course of justice and serves 4 years in prison. A mixture of resentment and greed was the final blow to a family torn apart.
You're supposed to be safe in your own home. You're supposed to be safe with your family.
Their father's dead, and the blood is on their hands forever.
For these deadly women, appearances were deceiving. Teresa Perez used and abused men all her life. Trishelle Allen wanted more than any man could provide. And Ashley and Holly Robinson wouldn't wait for their inheritance. All four could be sweet, but they were full of sugar and spite. Love thrives on trust and dies without it. A social worker needs counseling for herself.
She was a very jealous, very angry person.
What the hell?
Jealousy destroys a lifelong friendship.
This is really getting very personal, very nasty.
And young love learns a brutal lesson.
She knew what could happen. She saw it coming.
These deadly women destroy everything that matters. They have suspicious minds. In 2004, Minden, Louisiana.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have made a decision.
Gonna be your girl.
Nah, this is yours.
And the winner is Kimmy Coleman.
High school student Kim Coleman is the all-American sweetheart.
Kim came from a very respectable family. Everyone in Minden knew them. Everyone in Minden loved them.
Yeah, Kimmy!
She was the homecoming queen. She was prom queen. She was Miss Popularity.
Kim was smart, personable, popular, and dedicated to her studies.
What do you want to do with your life?
Kim wants to share her good fortune.
I want to give back. I want to be a social worker.
For the next 4 years, she studies hard to become a social worker.
Hi, come in.
She was giving back to her community, and she was working for the betterment of other people's lives. I mean, that was just what she was raised to do.
When are you due in court?
3 weeks?
Yeah, 3 weeks.
Okay, it's really important you don't miss any more school before then.
You won't.
I will.
That's a profession that tends to draw people who are altruistic, much more interested in helping other humans than earning a big paycheck.
Across town, 28-year-old Brian Spinks is also giving back to his community and his country.
Brian was a hardworking, dedicated military man.
This is all you do in the Air Force, play dominoes all day.
After 2 tours of duty and almost a decade of service, Brian has the love and respect of his comrades.
I did the games well and truly won.
Brian was a guy to kind of have everybody over at his house, to be that place where anybody can just hang out.
At one of his get-togethers in 2008, Brian's life takes a beautiful turn.
She just seemed like a nice girl, very laid back, kind of quiet.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. This is Kim.
Kim was a very pretty girl. She had a beautiful smile. You could tell that she was happy.
I hear you're a military man.
Air Force Sergeant.
I'd like to see you in a uniform sometime.
I can be arranged. Don't worry about that.
The relationship started off very good, very strong. They appeared to be a perfect couple.
Okay, let's break it up, my brother. Let's break it up. Dog, let's go. Okay, we're gonna be playing 5 to 6. 5 dollars.
He was really into her. He told me that, he thought about, even bringing her home and having her meet some of his family. So at that time, I pretty much knew that he really liked her.
At your service, man.
You're crazy.
Kim thinks she's found Mr. Right and wants to keep him close.
Let's go away this weekend.
No, sorry. No can do.
But I want to be with you.
Not when you first said it.
Brian was a fun guy. He loved going out. He loved having a good time. He loved dancing. He loved, partying in Shreveport. I mean, Brian was your typical 20-something-year-old in the military.
Kim is accustomed to a lot more attention.
Kim was a young lady who had never been rejected. She was always the prettiest. She was the it girl. She was always chaste. People always wanted her.
Suspicion is growing in Kim's mind.
What are you looking at?
Hey, you.
Her personality was normally very open, very outgoing.
You really can't help yourself, can you?
I'll be back in a minute.
The only problem was that she would become very jealous of Brian.
It stalls the relationship just as it's getting off the ground.
Man, she'd be crazy sometimes.
Unprovoked, she would go through Brian's phone, looking for evidence that he was in touch with other women. She was looking for trouble.
Kim was jealous. Kim had a fatal attraction. I mean, that's the best way to put it.
Kim's idea of loving Brian was completely possessing Brian.
Who's Vanessa? The woman you've been calling?
My cousin. Hey.
Kim had a lot going for her, but what she didn't have was control of her emotions.
You gotta stop doing this. You gotta trust me.
The story of Kim Coleman is a story of jealousy, an emotion that favors neither the guilty or the innocent, but can destroy everything in its path.
In Shreveport, Louisiana. Brian Spinks is taking a break from his girlfriend, Kim Coleman.
She was a very jealous, very angry person when she realized that Brian did not want to be with her.
On January 16th, 2010, she tracks him down.
Kim sought out Brian. She found him in a club and she confronted him.
He was with his friends. Her jealousy kind of bubbled over. She started an altercation.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
She was very upset. She was yelling and screaming.
And I'm gonna be back off.
Damn.
And there were some people trying to hold her back.
Get off me.
She was always picking fights and arguments when it came to anybody other than her.
Brian was upset. And he told one of our other friends, hey, just take me home.
Y'all don't know what I gotta go through with this girl.
It's the last straw for Brian. After drinking heavily, he decides to call it off permanently.
Brian was embarrassed by her behavior.
I'm tired of dealing with this.
And he left her a voicemail telling her how embarrassed he was and that they were over.
If you hadn't answered your phone, I was gonna tell you why. I'm done with you. But you didn't want to answer your phone. It's fine.
Kim doesn't get the message because she's on her way over.
The hell you doing here?
Where is she?
Didn't you get my message? I don't want you here anymore.
Kim Coleman is a young lady who never heard no.
I love you.
It's over. Get out of here.
Please, we can work it out. Please.
She had never, ever felt the type of rejection that she felt that night. She felt like she had been dumped. That had never happened to Kim Coleman. There was nothing he could do.
Stabbing is a bloody, dirty business. You get wet, you get bloody, you get hot, you get sweaty. Blood goes on the perpetrator and on the victim.
A knife blade from the first knife was broken. It's then believed that she went back into the kitchen, retrieved a second knife, and continued to stab him 60+ times.
Some would say she was out of control. I think she was very much in control. She was destroying Brian because he wanted to leave her.
She was a woman scorned in that moment and committed an unimaginable crime against someone who fought for our country.
Somebody stabbed my boyfriend.
Kim probably thought Brian was dead when she first called 911. But then he made a noise. On the line, the operator could hear Brian saying, "Help, help."
Baby, are you okay?
You hear
Can you hear me?
him pleading basically for his life, knowing that the person that did this to him is still right there next to him.
Say
For the
something.
911 operator, it's the most chilling of calls.
And you hear a gurgle.
It's almost demon-like, what she did.
His name was John or James.
She created a story about an intruder and even stabbed herself a couple of times to make it look good.
The story she told was that somebody had followed her home and attacked both of them in the apartment. That was the first story she told.
However, the pattern of injuries didn't fit the story.
The doctor believes your wounds were self-inflicted.
If she had been trying to fend off the attacker, she would have had cuts on the outside of her arms or on the back of her hands as she's trying to push this knife away.
If you had answered your phone, I was gonna tell you why.
And when the police discover Brian's voicemail, it's clear there's been a fight.
I'm done with you.
There was no doubt in my mind that we were looking the person that killed Brian Spinks directly in the eyes.
I did it. But he was coming after me.
She changes her story several times. And that was the beginning of the end for her.
But Kim's claim of self-defense doesn't add up either. She's charged with second-degree murder. In court, she tries one last story.
Kim was feigning mental illness, clinically known as malingering.
The prosecution did such a great job poking holes in her story. The jury knew that Kim Coleman killed Brian Spinks in cold blood.
In 2012, Kim Coleman is convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole.
There was nothing in Kim's background that foreshadowed the brutal murder of her boyfriend and the complete demise of her own life.
For someone who wanted to give so much to other people, Kim took so much for herself.
When I found out, I was shocked. I never thought she was capable of anything like this, and I almost couldn't believe it.
When paranoia sets in,
These girls went way back.
friendship and loyalty
Growing up can change a relationship.
are left by the roadside.
That's a long life in prison, to think about what you did.
"24-year-old Stephanie Aarons is in love, but her boyfriend isn't.
Can't you at least tell me why?
I just need some space.
Stephanie is really upset. She is really hurt by what was said.
I just want to have some fun.
Sorry I'm not fun enough for you.
For the California native who doesn't have much in life, it's a devastating blow.
Stephanie did not have it easy. Her entire family had problems.
One English breakfast?
It's her childhood friend, 24-year-old Alicia Ernst, she turns to for comfort.
Thank you, dear. Don't tell anyone, okay?
Stephanie wanted Alicia to know how upset she was.
These girls went way back. In fact, they were best friends since age 13, which is a long time.
Unlike Stephanie, Alicia comes from a close, loving family, and she's a woman with ambition.
Alicia wanted to be a nurse, and she was making strides toward that.
I'll see you tomorrow.
She worked in a nursing home. Patients loved her.
Sorry.
She had a good job. She had friends.
This place stinks like old people. I don't know how you do it. Don't be so mean. They're really nice.
I mean, she had it, you know, that sparkle.
Hi, girl.
The friends commiserate by partying hard.
5-can soda. Without the soda.
As always, bubbly Alicia is the center of attention.
Alicia had everything that Stephanie didn't. Alicia had a very outgoing personality. She was a very likable person who seemed to kind of have her stuff together. By contrast, Stephanie did not.
Stephanie drowns her sorrows in booze and drugs. She doesn't think her friend is showing her enough sympathy.
Stephanie appeared to be really jealous of Alicia.
Stephanie starts to think Alicia is behind her relationship breakup.
Stephanie was convinced that Alicia had had sex with her boyfriend. Stephanie was massively insecure and saw threats where they didn't exist.
It's all in her deluded mind, but she becomes obsessed.
She's made up this scenario in her head, and although it's false, she gets to the point where she actually believes it's real.
What's up? Nothing.
She couldn't get it out of her mind.
But she keeps her suspicions to herself. On Stephanie's 25th birthday, Alicia still thinks they're best friends. They keep the party going with crystal meth.
Stephanie had a lifetime of drug abuse. I think with all the drugs, I think it put Stephanie in a very agitated mood.
You gotta get over him, Stephanie. Come on, it's not like you're not having sex.
While they're partying, Alicia starts taking pot shots at Stephanie.
Come on, no one has as much sex as you do.
What do you do?
Really despicable things about her body.
My God.
Talking about how she has sex and how it's vulgar.
Hey!
It was cruel. But then again, methamphetamine doesn't make people nice.
I'm just joking. Have a sense of humor.
Humiliated in front of her friends, Stephanie storms out of her own birthday.
I just saw way too much.
And it's escalating everybody to this terrible moment that's about to happen.
In Placer County, California, March 8th, 2008.
It's not like you're not having sex.
Stephanie Aaron's 25th birthday celebration has degenerated into insults and drug abuse.
Hey! I'm just joking. Have a sense of humor.
Emotions are high, and mental stability is low.
The relationship between the two girls is deteriorating.
Sorry. I thought you knew my sense of humor by now.
Alicia tries to apologize.
Just like, lose some weight and you'll be happier.
But only makes the situation worse.
I'm sorry. I'm wasted.
Of all the things Alicia could have teased Stephanie about, she chooses to make fun of her body.
Can you just take me home? Sure.
Stephanie was already possessed with the idea that Alicia had had sex with her boyfriend. She couldn't get it out of her mind. The two of them are doing methamphetamine together. That's a drug that doesn't mellow people out. That's a drug that can make people crazy.
They drive to this lonely stretch of road and pull over.
What's going on? I'm too wasted to face my grandmother. Oh, come on, I'm so tired. I need to go to sleep.
These women are best friends, but now they're best enemies.
I know you've been screwing around with Alex. What?
Stephanie's weapon, a wallpaper scraper.
Stephanie takes that wallpaper scraper, grabs Alicia by the head, and slits her throat.
It's one of the more heinous cases of murder that I've seen.
She drags poor Alicia's body. She takes that scraper that she used to slit her throat, and she actually cuts off her fingertips.
Stephanie attempted to destroy Alicia's fingerprints, probably to hinder identification, but she didn't cut her head off, so it really made no sense.
Then she douses Alicia's body with ammonia.
Covering over with ammonia, the bugs won't get there as fast. It'll also cover up the smell. That may give Stephanie some time to come up with an alibi or to get further away.
She leaves Alicia's body where it is. She gets back in her car, and she drives it into a barbed wire fence in a bush. to make it look like she'd been run off the road.
Stephanie makes little attempt to hide the body. First thing next morning, it's found.
A city worker in the area sees what he thinks is a mannequin, like a store mannequin.
But then he takes a closer look and realizes, oh no, this is a young woman.
Nothing about this crime was well thought out or planned by Stephanie. She just planned to murder her friend. She didn't plan to do it well.
Close by is Stephanie's abandoned car. She's the first person police want to talk to.
Her body was found a short distance from where your car was ditched.
I don't know, it's a coincidence, I guess.
Stephanie explains everything as a coincidence. She says the fact that my friend was just down the road and my car was here has nothing to do with each other. It's just happenstance. The cops aren't stupid here.
Well, how about you tell me the truth now?
Okay, I did it.
Stephanie tries another explanation.
I just snapped.
She lost her temper.
She was agitated and she just snapped. And that was it, that's all it was. Yes, she killed her.
There's one problem. The evidence shows it was all planned.
She goes and buys a wallpaper scraper and a bottle of ammonia, puts it in her car.
Stephanie didn't snap. This murder was premeditated.
In 2009, Stephanie Aarons is convicted of first-degree murder. Her sentence, life in prison without parole. Stephanie loses her boyfriend, her girlfriend, and her freedom. All because of a suspicious mind, which turns out to be wrong.
Tell me you didn't do it because you still think I was messing around with her.
The boyfriend had written, I never slept with her.
I never even met her in my life.
In fact, he said he'd never even met Alicia.
You killed her for nothing.
Jealousy is never a good explanation for murder, but it is the most common explanation of murder.
Teenage passion.
Sexual attraction took over.
Is a powerful force.
She was suspicious and jealous.
If you're ready or not.
And for whatever reason, that just caused her to lose it.
In 2013, Holiday, Utah. It's a day of new beginnings. Following the tragic death of her mother, 21-year-old Victoria Mendoza moves in with her girlfriend's family.
Welcome. Thank you. You need some help? No, we're good, thanks. Okay, come on, I'll show you the room.
20-year-old Tawny is happy to share her good fortune.
Tawny did have more family support than Victoria did. She was more the rock in the relationship.
I'm just gonna get dinner started. Do you like spaghetti?
I love spaghetti.
Great. Your mom is so cool.
The women's bond starts 3 years earlier. Both teens were in trouble with the law, and ended up in a youth detention center.
What you got here? My oops. Sorry.
Tawny and Victoria met because both of their lives were in crisis.
What's your problem? You.
I can't say why they decided to draw towards each other, but they did.
Thanks.
I think when you're at a facility like that,
Hey.
kind of a low spot in your life,
Hey.
to have somebody that relates to what you're dealing with, absolutely, you're gonna form some kind of a bond with somebody there.
Check this out.
It would be natural for two teenage girls to become friends. But it was much more than that. Sexual attraction took over, and that bonded them together.
When Victoria moves in, she makes herself at home.
So, this one or this one? Oh, you've got so many clothes. Well, girls gotta look good. Look good for who? For you, babe.
In Tawny's life and her bed.
What's that? It's for protection. You're such a badass.
Family said that they were just completely obsessed with each other.
Tawny was very bubbly, outgoing. She liked to flirt.
I know I ate you the scotch. Are you on? Yeah.
She enjoyed being the life of the party, just being happy and go lucky.
Victoria was the opposite. She was quiet and withdrawn, suspicious and jealous.
When Victoria feels threatened, she reverts to what she knows best.
Whoa! Victoria punched him in the face.
What is your problem?
She was very upset at Tawny, suspecting that she was trying to leave her.
But Victoria wants to be back in Tawny's good graces.
She found a job to be a security guard, and she was training to learn how to do that.
What do you think?
She was trying to find herself and find out what makes her happy in life.
What? Just don't hurt anyone, okay? Come on, I've said sorry a million times. But you still need to learn how to control yourself. I'm trying, babe. Trust me.
They really loved each other, were attracted to each other, and didn't want to break up.
The couple make up. But for how long?
Yeah, well, this is my car. God. Seriously, you're in like one of your moods.
Every 2 seconds, you gotta tell me what the hell I gotta fix. Turn right here. Right! What are you doing?
In Holiday, Utah, Tawny Baird and Victoria Mendoza have a volatile relationship.
Don't shout at me. Why won't you take my direction? You wanna drive? Yeah, I do. Get out. It's my car. Go here.
They got in a verbal argument. Victoria punched Tawny in the face.
John, I'm sorry.
When you are raising to that level, it's escalating and it's escalating.
Most relationships would be over, but not this one. Tawny doesn't have the heart to end it.
You know what? All right, come on, Tawny. Can't you just leave her?
I can't.
Victoria was living with her and her mom, so if she wanted out, the only course was to evict her or kick her out of the house, and I think that'd be tough for anybody to do.
But on October 17th, 2014, the relationship is at a crossroads.
Like when we moved in, and the whole in, we moved in the crappiest time.
I think the thing is with these relationships, there could be anything that could set them off. Whether that issue is imagined or not.
And it was on the tree.
Let's go, babe.
Yeah, okay, you can wait.
I've got to get up early in the morning.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Victoria was suspicious that Tawny may be involved with a man. Jealous people don't need proof of an affair. Their suspicions fuel their insecurity.
No,
The two girls were headed home and got into an argument.
Are you having an affair?
Answer the question!
Tawny actually pulled over when they were fighting. That told me she was frightened to be driving with Victoria so angry.
You're paranoid.
They were arguing about infidelity issues. Tawny pulled Victoria's hair. From that, she snapped. And pulled out her knife.
There was an extreme amount of rage.
I can't imagine stabbing an enemy, let alone somebody that you love deeply, that many times. I can't.
Do you know what time it is?
I went crazy. I didn't mean to do it.
Victoria wants to take it all back.
V, where's Tawny?
She's praying that Tawny is still with her.
Wait, she's breathing. Wait, Tawny!
She was actually talking to Tawny, you know, saying, Tawny, 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 are you okay, are you okay?
Her friend calls the police.
V?
They told Victoria that due to the seriousness of the crime, police are gonna come in hot, and they're probably gonna tell her to get on the ground.
Don't move!
So when police responded, she was already laying down on the ground with her hands visible.
Stay down!
Don't shoot me!
Roll over! Put your hands behind your back.
She just kept asking me, is Tawny dead or is she alive?
Tawny has over 40 stab wounds. She's been dead all along.
I don't know how you can stab somebody that many times and not expect to kill them, but I just don't think that was necessarily her intent.
I'm pleading guilty. I know I'm wrong. Stay here.
She told us what happened. She told us everything she stated revolved around the fact that Tawny pulled her hair. And for whatever reason, that just caused her to lose it. She described how she held the knife, showed me how she stabbed her.
Pleading guilty to murder, Victoria Mendoza is sentenced to 16 years to life in prison. Victoria's jealousy and temper took away the young woman she loved. Tawny opened her home and her heart to Victoria, with the worst consequences.
Just seeing her face at the time that we took her out of the vehicle, that will stick with me. Later, the news reported on the case, and they showed a lot of pictures of Tawny, and I'm glad that I got to see those pictures. I got to see her when she was happy.
Victoria was suspicious and jealous. She had a lot of problems in her young life before she took someone else's life.
These deadly women had no trust. Kim Coleman sacrificed her boyfriend rather than share him. Stephanie Aaron's imagination killed her lifelong friend. And Victoria Mendoza destroyed the love of her life. All three women committed senseless murder because of their suspicious minds. For some women, being good is just too boring. A teenager tries to ease her pain with violence.
It had the worst possible ending.
A new bride gives her husband anything but love.
It was all a facade.
And when a troubled soul gets a break, she blows it all away.
I don't think she could imagine her life without him.
These deadly women can't escape their demons because they're bad to the bone. In 2013, in Coates, North Carolina, Miranda Dean is only 18, and she likes breaking all the rules. Her wild ways attract 21-year-old local, Elliot Barber.
Do you, want something stronger?
Well, yeah. I'm always up for something stronger.
Miranda meets Elliot, who's working a blue-collar job, and he's just kind of bouncing through life, and immediately they fall in love.
Smitten, he doesn't even mind that she's a single mom.
Isn't she gorgeous?
Yeah.
Miranda really enjoyed taking care of her baby daughter.
She was a good mother, was very protective of her child.
Okay, I think it's time for a nap. Let's go.
But there's something about Miranda.
So, this is what I was telling you about.
Her job, for example.
Are you a prostitute?
No, I'm just a companion.
Miranda hires herself out to men who are willing to pay for a chat.
Do you make a lot of money?
Yeah, enough to make it worth it.
Strangely, she charges between $50 and $850, but no sex involved.
One dirty time?
I have to put something.
What man is gonna pay her $850 to talk all night?
I don't know, that's what they really like.
Miranda met strange men for chit-chat.
Most men would object, but not Elliot. The lure of cash overrules his jealousy.
You know, I had a really great time talking to you.
Yeah, me too.
You know, it was a real pleasure to meet you.
You know, so Elliot looks at it as, hey, she's not having sex with these guys. She's getting paid all this money to listen to them talk about their lifeless marriages.
Elliot has some doubts, though.
Easy pickings.
You're still my girl, though.
Yeah, of course I am.
He doesn't want to lose Miranda to a client.
Marry me.
What?
Marry me.
Really? Yes! Yes!
After a couple months of being together, they decided to pick up and go get married.
But the new bride has another secret.
Miranda was a victim of ongoing sexual abuse at a very young age.
Her abuser, he's sentenced to 19 years in prison for this sexual abuse. So we gotta wonder, just how severe was it? It's probably the most graphic, most vile type of sexual abuse you can ever imagine.
It's okay. You okay?
The psychological trauma and long-lasting effects that child sex abuse victims go through is profound. It was a marriage made in hell.
Miranda's psychological trauma finds one place for comfort. But it's a strange choice.
Miranda had visions and fantasies of things that did not exist. She was part of the satanic cult.
Deliver us, Almighty Satan, from all my past errors and delusions, and fill me with truth, wisdom, and understanding.
Now she wants to draw her husband into her faith.
Hail Satan.
That tells me Miranda is a sociopath. Psychopaths are born, sociopaths are made.
Hail Satan.
In Miranda's case, it had the worst possible ending.
Miranda wants to move to a new town, out of the prying eyes of friends and family.
Come on.
Why do we have to go?
For thrills, adventure, excitement.
3 days after they were married, they packed the car up and they moved to Pennsylvania.
Besides, it's your birthday soon, and I have planned the ultimate thrill.
Okay.
Miranda has other plans. There's something else going on here.
Within months, Miranda's met, married, and moved out of town. She has a secret agenda.
Hey, Elliot, come over here. I found the perfect guy.
Oh my God. Hello, beautiful. I'm looking for a good listener.
I'm gonna text him.
She met a man by the name of Troy LaFerrara. He was an engineer. He was a family man. He was just a good man.
Can't wait to see you tonight. Where should we meet?
But tonight, they won't just be talking.
I look at Troy and he's very vulnerable because he believes there's no danger in it.
What's happening?
I'll just sit with Miranda. I'll talk to her. She's a nice girl. And I'll pay her a little bit of money. What harm could come to me?
"18-year-old Miranda Barber has found a willing participant in her satanic practices.
Our master must bless us.
Her new husband, Elliot.
Elliot Barber loved his wife, and his wife was able to manipulate and con him into doing whatever she wanted to do.
He's happy to follow her.
Hail Satan.
Miranda and Elliot brought out the worst in each other.
On November 11th, 2013, Miranda meets her last client.
Hey, wanna go in my car?
You know what? Come in my car. I want to take you for a drive.
Okay. He wanted her to get into his vehicle. She talked him out of it. He had gotten into her vehicle.
The plan is she'll drive 6, 8, 10 miles.
Miranda wants Troy to feel at ease.
I'm really glad we're doing this.
Been looking forward to seeing you.
Because she has a surprise.
Yeah, me too.
It's a trap, and husband Elliot is here to help.
They had made a deal. They were going to find someone and kill someone, and it didn't matter who.
It's my belief she's killing her abuser. She's just trying to answer the demons in her head and look for an excuse here.
Miranda was full of rage against men. It only takes one well-placed stab wound to kill someone, maybe 2. But she stabbed him 20 times. She was having fun with it.
Is he dead?
Troy suffered. He wasn't dead.
Let's get him out of here. Let's get him out of here.
He was dying. And they just threw him on the side of the road like a piece of garbage.
So they rifle through his wallet and they find $150.
Just take the whole thing.
And what do? Let's go to a strip club.
Miranda had just committed a premeditated, vicious murder. And she was so excited, she wanted to go out and celebrate.
After all, it's her husband's birthday.
Oh, thank you so much. Keep the change.
Cheers.
The next day, Troy's body is found. And one thing is clear. It's a homicide.
Miranda Barber's anger really is displayed in this murder because Troy is stabbed in the head, the face, the neck, the chest. Everywhere, there was rage here. Rage and hate.
It's a brutal crime, but the police get an early lead.
There was a cell phone. Miranda and Mr. LaFerrara were text messaging back and forth.
While planning the attack, Miranda thought of everything, except the obvious.
The cell phone records prove his last phone call was to Miranda. Now she can't deny it.
So, Miranda.
Miranda Barber tries to be intimidating.
You ready to start again?
Yeah, sure.
She wants to appear bigger than what she is.
Journalist Francis Scarcella interviews Miranda behind bars. And he's served quite a shock.
I want to talk to you about Troy's murder.
This wasn't the first time.
What do you mean? How many people have you killed?
I don't know, less than 100?
You're 18 years old, and you're telling me you've killed less than 100 people.
And I said, you have to give me a number. And she had said...
Well, I stopped counting at 22.
She stopped counting at 22.
It's a shocking claim, but few believe it.
Miranda's story of killing 21, 22 people was false. But that tells me that's what she wanted to do. And she thought about it a lot.
In 2014, both Miranda and Elliot Barber plead guilty to second-degree murder. They are sentenced to life in prison with no parole.
Miranda Barber had a horrific life, but at the end of the day, she's a liar and she's a manipulator, and I believe at this point that the world is safer with Miranda Barber behind bars.
Miranda chose to ease her pain by inflicting it on others.
Miranda received a life sentence without parole. I hope that stands. She's a very, very troubled, damaged, and dangerous person. She never had it so good. Could buy anything she wanted. But what she wanted most was to hit him.
It's David, he's not breathing.
Vegas, where futures are won and lost on roulette tables and in wedding chapels.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join this man and this woman in holy matrimony.
June 28, 2015. English couple, 51-year-old David and 42-year-old Sharon Edwards, have high hopes for a new beginning.
This ring, Ivy wed.
It seemed to be a bit of a whirlwind romance. They were married within a year of starting dating.
You show me what true love is.
I think it's fair to say that their relationship was very intense and passionate at the outset.
Their story starts a year earlier, in the town of Chorley, England, where David is a busy lawyer.
David was a partner in a prominent law business in Chorley.
Here's the burglary case.
I was hoping it was going to get adjourned. I'm snowed under here.
No, but I really need you to go through these invoices.
He was a very hard worker, and I think he took on a lot of cases.
And he needs to earn a lot of money to satisfy Sharon's wants.
When Sharon turned David's head, she stepped way out of her league. David had everything she wanted and a big bank account. She never had it so good. For the first time in her life, she had a beautiful home, was going on holidays, could buy anything she wanted.
It's great.
She always looked dolled up.
Oh, I love it.
Early in the relationship, Sharon starts laying down the law.
Darling.
Sharon, what a surprise.
Sharon would constantly mither David at work.
I thought we could go for lunch today.
Oh, I'm sorry, love. I'm quite busy.
And she just basically made a nuisance of herself.
Give us some privacy, please.
Of course.
Sharon could be very charming and engaging,
And shut the door on your way out.
but on other occasions could be very possessive, domineering.
Sick of this. I come in for work and you won't even take me out for lunch. What's wrong with you?
All right, I'll take you to lunch. Happy wife, happy life.
Sharon is isolating David from his colleagues and friends.
Look at that guy, he's a master. Would you look at that?
David was a big football fan, spent a lot of time watching the football games and enjoyed the social aspects.
Hey, Lily. What shopping I got today?
Hey, we're watching the football.
Oh, we missed the goal.
Oh, come on, Sharon, it's my team.
Sharon was always the dominant person in the relationship.
Think you better leave? Got a holiday to organise. It's not a single man anymore.
Okay.
Sharon was a very high-maintenance individual, very needy, quite a jealous person.
The relationship became volatile fairly quickly.
It's nothing personal, as Sharon's previous boyfriends know well.
Sharon was the kind of person who wanted to wield control over her partners.
Hi, love. I'm back. You're late.
Love?
Sharon had a need to abuse men.
What you doing? That'll teach you to be late.
Sharon had some previous allegations against her of domestic abuse and some previous convictions for violence. One such allegation related to her allegedly punching and biting a previous partner.
Sharon had a long history of physically abusing husbands before she met David. Leopards don't change their spots.
Sharon has the hallmarks of a sadist.
What she wanted most was to hit him.
David joins a secret club of victims, abused men.
David never called the police. Male abuse victims rarely do.
He was coming to work with facial injuries. He did try to cover that up, but let's not forget he was working with professional individuals who dealt with this sort of thing on a day-to-day basis.
You okay, David?
Yes, I'm fine.
I don't believe you.
So they were quite astute to work out that actually these were the hallmarks of violence abuse.
But soon, David has other problems. A restructuring of his law firm leaves him out in the cold.
David, it's been a very hard decision.
He's made redundant.
I think the underlying aspects of that is that they were aware that David's been in an abusive relationship and his life becoming a little bit chaotic.
I'm very sorry, David.
Sharon didn't like it. As she saw it, David's employer was doing to David what she was supposed to do.
In 2015, in Chorley, England, lawyer David Edwards has some bad news for fiancée Sharon.
What are you doing home?
It's over. I've been made redundant.
When David's professional status was diminished,
I lost my job.
Sharon was personally insulted and upset.
But Sharon has planned their wedding and a holiday in Spain.
Sharon, I said don't call him. I don't want you to...
She doesn't want to lose either.
You're crazy.
You pathetic moron.
Hang up the phone.
Do you know what you've done to us? I'm gonna find you.
And what did the future hold? If he was no longer a solicitor, would she still be able to enjoy holidays, spending money and such?
Despite the violence, David clings to Sharon, and they go through with their Vegas wedding in June 2015.
With this ring, I thee wed.
You may kiss the bride.
On the surface, everything looked like the perfect romantic elopement, but it was all a facade. He had to use concealer on an eye injury on the day of the wedding. This is what David's life had become, just constantly being injured, belittled.
2 months later, the jet-setting couple head to Spain, despite David having no income.
Hello.
They'd had a disaster with the hotel and they'd had to change venues.
I got you something.
One of the flights was cancelled and the situation was very fraught by the time they arrived home.
Thanks, woman, David.
Do you like him?
Yeah. How was it?
It was hopeless. No wonder he got sacked.
Don't start.
Don't you tell me not to start. Lazy, lazy sod.
Sharon's daughter from a previous marriage notices the tension.
Sharon was ridiculing David about the fact that he was losing his job as a solicitor.
I'm sick of this.
She described him as being struck off.
David! David!
It was designed to make him look foolish.
Their marriage, barely 2 months old, is on the rocks. On August 23rd, 2015, Sharon ends it.
Sharon, what are you doing?
I'm ripping your out. It's the worst day of my life.
That's our wedding album. Put it down. You're crazy.
I'll show you crazy.
Why'd you do it?
The stab wound to his chest was about 8 centimeters in depth, straight into his heart.
Sharon wounds her husband.
Sorry.
But she doesn't call the ambulance.
I love you.
She just puts him to bed.
Sharon, doesn't feel right. Please call a doctor.
I'll be back shortly.
Sharon is gone for hours.
The wound had created a flap, really, which acted like a valve. It would have taken some time for him to bleed out.
It's very difficult to put yourself in the mindset of someone who can do this to somebody that they love. David died from massive internal bleeding.
Only then, Sharon runs for help.
Her reaction has been described by some as a fake hysteria. She ran out of the house screaming and crying.
Help me! It's David is not breathing. What? He's not breathing.
She said that the stabbing had been accidental, that David walked onto the blade.
We need an ambulance. Now.
Like all good psychopaths or sociopaths, she was trying to get out of the responsibility for what she had done.
When authorities examine David's body, they uncover a history of sadistic abuse.
Over 60 external injuries, the stab wounds, healed wounds, prod marks, pokes, puncture marks. David had sustained quite a lot of injuries.
The judge said he didn't think Sharon intended to kill David, and I don't think she did either. Why would she kill her toy? For a sadist, once their partner or victim is dead, the party's over.
In March 2016, Sharon Edwards is convicted of murder and sentenced to a minimum of 20 years in prison.
David's case goes to show how many of us don't know what's going on behind closed doors.
We may never know the full motivation for David not wanting to make complaints against Sharon. There might have been some element of fear. If he did make an issue of it, then would he be a victim of further abuse?
Domestic violence against men just seems to be such a taboo subject, and something needs to change.
Can I get you gentlemen anything?
When a woman gets a second chance
He saw a pretty woman in distress.
at life and love,
He didn't care about her past.
don't get in the way.
She is a cold-blooded woman.
Get on your knees if you want to pray.
1933, Shreveport, Louisiana. 17-year-old Tony Joe Henry is a town favorite.
Here's your favorite girl.
Tony Jo was beautiful. She had a fabulous figure,
I swear you get more beautiful every day.
and men looked at her with desire.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
Lacking in education, but blessed with a natural charm, Tony Joe uses her looks to make a living.
Tony Joe had no marketable skills.
Ton, you two got a room.
The skill she developed was being a prostitute in a whorehouse.
Tony Joe knows how to please men.
She moved with sort of a casual arrogance.
And how to manipulate them.
There's a certain amount of power that she could exert as a beautiful woman and as a prostitute over men.
You're killing me, kid.
What a way to go. You forget something?
Tony Joe had never used drugs when she entered the house, but the men that she had as customers often gave her drugs to tip her.
Heroin helps Tony Joe forget the present and the past.
Tony Joe had a rough start in her life. Her mom died of tuberculosis when she was only 6 years old. And her father remarried a woman who was very cold.
Her stepmom would never win Mother of the Year.
Cash first?
Tony Joe's stepmother would go to bars and sell herself to men to augment their earnings.
Who's the kid?
And Tony Joe was made to go into the bar with her stepmother.
She uses 12-year-old Tony Joe as bait.
Lazy little thing.
Tony Joe's evil stepmother introduced her to alcohol and prostitution.
Now.
Children that are abused, such as Tony Joe,
This is John.
develop survival skills to stay alive, and that's what she did.
But Tony has no intention of staying a hooker. By age 20, she turns a new leaf.
Tony Joe went to Austin, Texas to begin a new life. She found work as a waitress.
Can I get you gentlemen anything?
Well, ma'am, anything you bring me will be fine by me.
In the fall of 1939, the bad girl meets a bad boy, Claude Cowboy Henry.
He was a down-on-his-luck former boxer. He had a history of petty crimes.
What y'all doing later?
If you're lucky, you might be walking me home.
For Tony Joe and Claude Henry, it was love at first sight.
But Tony Joe hasn't left everything behind. She's still hooked on heroin.
As Cowboy began to know Tony Joe and realized that she was addicted, he wanted to help her.
Tony Joe, I brought you here to get you off the drugs.
What? I'm out of here.
He made her go cold turkey.
Get off of me! Get off of me! Get off of me!
There weren't going to be any niceties about kicking her heroin habit.
Cowboy was a pretty devoted guy. He helped her get off heroin. He didn't care about her past. He loved her.
Clean, sober, and in love, Tony Joe marries her man. Life is finally looking up.
She thought they would have a home, children, a normal life. It was not to be.
Hey? You still working? Come on. One for old time's sake.
1939, Beaumont, Texas. 24-year-old Tony Joe Henry's past catches up with her.
They were at a restaurant, and that's when the former customer saw Tony Joe.
You still working?
I'm married. He asked Tony Joe if she was still working at Madame Sylvie's.
Come on. One for old time's sake.
At this point, Cowboy comes out of the restroom and sees what's going on. Does not take kindly to it at all.
Cowboy beat him to death.
Arrested for murder, Cowboy has his day in court.
Claude Henry.
Cowboy thought it was a good idea to represent himself in a capital murder case.
You have been found guilty of murder.
Turned out it wasn't a good idea.
The court sentences you to 50 years behind bars.
No! I'll get you out, Cowboy!
I don't think she could imagine her life without him.
Save you! I'll save you!
When the gavel came down and the judge said 50 years, Tony Joe's life ended. And she wasn't about to let that happen.
Tony Joe springs into action. She hooks up with Cowboy's friend, 23-year-old Archie Burks, and plots her next move.
And if we struck here?
The main idea that Tony Joe comes up with, she wants to rob a bank.
We can get over the border so fast.
She thought if they had money to get a new lawyer, he could represent Cowboy and get a new trial.
They'll never find us.
Sounds like a good plan.
If you're gonna rob a bank, it's best if you have a getaway car, and that was the next thing they needed to do.
We need a car. And you will be the bait.
Well, that's easy. I can reel in any man.
I bet you can.
February 14th, 1940. Tony Joe and Archie set their trap.
Quick, someone's coming.
It's a rainy night. She stands outside, obviously in need of a ride. Archie conceals himself when 42-year-old automobile salesman, Joseph Calloway, sees her in his headlights.
This is a cold, lonely stretch of road. He felt sorry for her, and he wanted to give her a ride.
Hey, you're giving my sister a ride, you're giving me one too, buddy.
Joseph stopped to pick her up because he saw a pretty woman in distress.
He is now riding with the devil.
Do exactly what we say.
Okay, man, I'll do anything. Just please don't shoot. Don't shoot.
They drove a good distance.
Pull in here, now.
Okay, I'll pull in here.
They came to a farm and stopped.
Get out of the car, now.
Please don't do anything crazy. I don't have much, but please.
Take off your clothes.
What?
Take them off.
She thought that would make a nice, welcoming out-of-prison outfit for Cowboy.
All she needs is a getaway car.
I won't do nothing. I won't tell no one.
What she takes is revenge.
Get on your knees if you want to pray.
Oh, no, please don't do this.
Having that gun in her hand and having a man on his knees in front of her was the most power she'd ever had.
You don't want to do this. I'm a good person. Please don't hurt me.
No. Shut up.
No.
A shot rang out. One shot right in the center of the forehead, and Calloway was dead.
What did you do? What did you do?
Get in the car.
Her whole life was leading toward that moment. Everything was bad, and it culminated in the death of an innocent person.
Tony Joe thinks she knows how to get away with murder.
Tony Joe, what brings you here?
Tony Joe arrived at her aunt's house.
I'm in trouble.
She told her aunt that she shot a man. She was crying and upset.
She is sure her family can help.
I'm scared. I'm scared about what's going to happen to me.
Her Aunt Emma was a twin, and her twin brother happened to be a captain in the state police.
It's a serious crime.
And he might be able to get Tony Joe off, she thought.
She's wrong. Her uncle is an incorruptible lawman who puts justice before family. In 1940, Tony Joe Henry and Archie Burks are found guilty of murder and sentenced to death.
This is a tragic comedy. She ends up on death row. Cowboy still is in prison. Nothing worked out the way that they thought it was going to go.
From an early age, Tony Joe is taught to survive on her looks, a lesson she takes to her grave.
She loved the way she looked. She loved her beautiful hair. Her hair had always been her glory.
Tony Joe was cool, calm, and collected about being executed until the barber shaved her head.
She said, "Now remember, I'm sentenced to execution, not mutilation."
To the day she dies, Tony Joe has many friends.
The priest came to the jail cell and placed a small box on her lap. Inside the box was a beautiful scarf. The priest helped her tie it around her head so that her head would not be bare as she walked to the electric chair.
Tony Joe was close to happiness. Free and clear of drugs, with a man who loved her, until her past walked into the bar.
Love does not conquer all. And in this case in particular, it just led to death. Both Tony Joe and Cowboy had this romanticized outlaw mentality where they thought they would be able to get away with these things, and none of it was true.
These deadly women had darkness within. Miranda Barber made violence her savior. Sharon Edwards enjoyed inflicting pain. And Tony Joe Henry killed to solve a problem. They all found pleasure in murder. They were bad to the bone. Most women mellow with age, but not all. A grandma resents a new family member.
He didn't see this one coming.
A businesswoman cooks more than the books.
Her kingdom was being threatened.
And a divorcee tries to bury her past.
I didn't know what to do, so I just took him and I buried him in the herb garden.
These deadly women are old, but not wise. You have to watch your back when Granny gets a gun. In 2004, in California, it's a special day for 22-year-old Leslie. She's marrying 25-year-old Alex Reyes. And she's expecting their baby. Alex is excited to be a father. But there's one guest who isn't happy.
If you look at the pictures of her, you never see her smiling.
The bride's 81-year-old grandmother, Jean Allen.
Now, please join us.
You can do much better than him.
She doesn't approve of this shotgun wedding.
You got the very strong feeling that there was nothing about Alex that she liked.
Jean never approved of Alex for her granddaughter. For apparently no good reason. Alex believed it was because he was Mexican.
But Grandma Jean can't take away Alex's joy at becoming a father.
So, I've decided I'm gonna be a cop.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Alex Reyes was a good man in training to be a police officer.
I mean, it's a steady income and I can look after all of us.
I think you'd look good in a uniform.
Go. Get the bottle. I'll take care of this one.
He would brag about his son at work, show pictures on his cell phone of his baby and how much he wanted to spend time with him.
As the newlyweds dream of their future, the reality falls short.
Leslie, please stop!
I can't do this anymore!
What? Tell me, what do you want?
No, I don't know. I don't want you!
Clearly, it wasn't a happy union.
We're leaving!
No, he is my son. You are not taking him away!
Here's my son too, and I can!
It seems Grandma is right.
Leslie leaves her husband after only 6 months of marriage, takes her baby, and goes to live with her grandma, Jean.
Jean is not only happy to get her granddaughter away from Alex, she's determined to keep him away from the baby.
Oh, come on, cheer up. You're both better off without him.
She doesn't feel that he's a good father. She doesn't like who he is.
How do you know?
Trust me, I know.
Thanks, Ned.
You're welcome.
She did not want the father to have much to do with the child. She wanted to make sure that her granddaughter had custody.
The couple is heading for divorce. But during the separation, the women allow Alex to visit his son.
The most important part of his life was his baby boy. He was a devoted father.
Where is he? Hi, buddy. How are you? Look at you.
Oh, you're so big. Oh, you're heavy now. Oh, my. I think somebody needs a little change.
I can go get a diaper.
No, it's okay. I'm happy too. Can I get change, little man? Come on.
Alex, being the devoted father that he was, wanted substantial custody.
There you go.
The custody question hangs in the air for both of them until the divorce is finalized.
His legs are these. His legs are these. Yeah. That's a boy. Sit up. That's my boy. All right. Whoop. Hey. Hey, there we go.
Get away from him, Alex. I saw what you did.
What are you talking about?
What's going on? I saw him. He's a pedophile.
What? How dare you?
Quite possibly the worst thing that someone could ever be called is a child molester.
You get out now.
What? No, Leslie.
Get out. It's not uncommon in bitter custody disputes.
You can't believe this.
You heard her. Get out. Now, it's not uncommon, but it is despicable.
This changes everything. With his reputation smeared, Alex has to fight to keep his son.
I saw what happened.
Can you tell me exactly what you saw?
I was standing outside the doorway. Oh, he didn't know I was there. They're so cunning. He was calling the little boy disgusting names. And then he removed his diaper.
It's hard to defend. The action is taken first and questions are asked later.
Did you witness this as well?
No.
It would have to be a parent's worst nightmare.
It's a very powerful card to play if you're in a custody battle.
What about the custody of your son?
Leslie wants full custody. He's a monster. Child Protective Services did restrict Alex's visitation to 2 hours twice a week, supervised by one of their own employees.
Where's your supervisor?
The allegation also means Alex's dream of becoming a police officer is over.
If you want a career in law enforcement, there is no way that a substantiated claim like that would ever allow you to do so.
Hey, little guy.
It had to have been a hell for him.
You watch him every minute.
What am I gonna do? It's all lies. I can't believe they made this up about me. Are you prepared to sit a polygraph test? Of course.
Alex sought out professional people to examine him to conclude that he was not a child molester.
Are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Can you tell me your full name?
Alex Leo Reyes.
Have you ever touched your son in an inappropriate way?
No.
Alex sought out a sex offender professional psychologist who examined him and determined that he didn't have it in him and he was telling the truth.
The couple is heading to court, and Alex is set to win.
How did I do?
The lawyer had said that he had several experts on hand that were going to testify that Alex was a good parent.
All the tests are favorable. The polygraph and the analysis by the sex crime experts.
There was no case of molestation. There was no facts showing that Alex was anything but a caring father in this case.
But Jean is a law unto herself.
She was perfectly calm. She was resolved. She was a woman on a mission.
It started as a fairy tale, a love child, a wedding, and a promising career.
I'm gonna be a cop.
Seriously?
Until Granny steps in.
All right. Whoop.
Get away from him, Alex. I saw what you did.
What are you talking about?
She alleges the worst.
He's a monster.
Alex Reyes's world crashes down.
All lies. I can't believe they made this up about me. Are you prepared to sit a polygraph test?
He's determined to reclaim his name and his son.
Are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Alex had the support of his entire family, so much so that they even went with him on his supervised visits to see the baby.
Until his case goes to court, he's granted limited access.
It's probably best if you guys just wait here.
I just want to see my beautiful grandson.
You will, Mom. I don't want you guys to have to deal with Jean. I'll be right back, okay?
On January 28, 2006, the maligned dad is asked to come early by his estranged wife, Leslie.
Hi.
Thanks for coming early.
Sure.
Leslie had asked Alex to come over to work on a stroller that had broken. So Alex got there a few minutes early.
Yeah.
Extra.
Yeah, there it is.
His parents are in the car waiting for him. They're waiting for the court-appointed observer to arrive.
Grandmother Jean Allen tried everything to keep Alex away from his son.
You know, when everyone finds the truth about what you've done, you're gonna owe me a huge apology.
Alex was rightfully indignant and told Jean and Leslie that he wanted a written apology from them for the allegations they had made.
You're gonna owe me an apology too.
And Jean didn't like that. He didn't see this one coming. She only fired twice. She nailed him both times. Alex's parents were waiting for their son to bring their grandson out so they could all spend a couple hours together. Instead, they watched their son be murdered.
Jean robs a baby of a father and parents of an innocent son.
Jean puts her gun down, goes inside.
Yeah, police.
Calls 911.
I just shot a pedophile.
And says, I've shot a pedophile.
So this is her way of reestablishing control. When she calls 911, she's basically saying to them, I did it, I'm here, I'm in control.
Ma'am, just stay where you are.
Jean thinks the murder will be justified.
I don't feel guilty, you know.
Who defends a pedophile? But authorities don't see it that way. They find there is nothing justifiable about this homicide.
Jean was very proud of what she did, saying in God's eyes, she was innocent. She was a good person.
In 2006, Jean is convicted of first-degree murder. She's sent to prison for 25 years to life.
At 81 years old, Jean Allen was the oldest person in Orange County to ever plead guilty to first-degree murder.
Instead of spending her twilight years enjoying her family, Jean spends it alone behind bars. She dies 4 years later.
She's an 81-year-old woman who spends her last years in prison. Who wants to end that way? It's a tragedy for her and a tragedy for everyone who knew her.
Jean tried to destroy a life with accusations. When that didn't work, she used bullets.
The law does not allow you taking your role as judge, jury, and executioner into your hands. She went so far beyond the laws of society, especially on allegations that, once again, were never found to be true.
For some women,
she was the queen bee.
Secrets are more important.
Her kingdom was being threatened.
Than life itself.
She was not gonna let it go.
On the outskirts of Waco, Texas, in 2007, the Sturdivant family celebrates a true milestone, 40 years in business.
Joe Sturdivant owned a transmission business, and it was a family business that's ran since 1967.
Hey, Joe, take a look at this.
Big Joe, man's man.
stock car driver, involved in racing since the 1960s. You know, here's a guy who was a pure Texan.
It's a real family affair.
You boys ready for a break?
Honey, you read my mind.
Wife, 62-year-old Joyce, handles the accounts.
Joyce ran the office. She did all the business transactions and handled all the money, insurance claims, things like that.
Thanks, Mom.
Her son, Joe Jr., works by her husband's side.
Joyce had a son from her first marriage, and they all just were one big happy family running this business together.
You got 4 new customers tomorrow.
I'll be able to retire soon.
You can. I'm not.
Heart problems do convince Joe to hang up his tools. And he relaxes into a well-earned retirement. But not Joyce. She takes over the company.
She had about 6 or 7 guys and other people that depended on her for their livelihood, so they treated her like a queen.
After Joe retired, she was the queen bee.
It's always been a profitable business. But now, with Joyce in the driver's seat, they hit a rocky road.
She had not paid the taxes in quite a few years on the business, and I believe that was over $140,000 worth of taxes that was due.
Joyce isn't paying the tax man because she's spending the money on herself.
She was basically embezzling their own money.
You know, she's not driving around with gold chains and diamond rings or gambling or drinking it. Where is this money going?
She has an expensive, secret habit.
Joyce was addicted to hydrocodone. That's an opium derivative. Lots of people become addicted to it quickly. No wonder she ran the business into the ground.
The queen bee is so deep in debt, she's about to lose everything. And Big Joe's starting to get suspicious.
I haven't stopped all day.
Been busy.
Joyce was afraid of what Joe would do if he found out how she had destroyed the business. And without the business, Joyce couldn't buy drugs.
She was fearful that Joe would find out about how she had run the business.
I got this call about the credit cards.
He would have taken the business back over, come out of retirement, and sent her home.
You don't need to worry about that. You just leave the books to me.
Yes, sir.
Her kingdom was being threatened.
But in the summer of 2007, there's a far more dramatic threat. Joyce is attacked in the bathroom.
Joyce had told us that someone had broken in, hit her over the head, knocked her out, and someone had gone into their bedroom.
What the? You get out of my
But Big Joe's no easy target.
He was surprised by Big Joe because Big Joe responded quickly to the attack and fought him off pretty well. And in the end, he just needed to get out of there, and so he fought him off by hitting him over the head with the pistol.
Big Joe suffers a severe head injury.
Looks like you put up a bit of a fight.
Yeah, but not a winning one.
Man.
No, I got hit too from behind.
She kept saying, there's a bump right here, there's a bump right here. And I work in the medical field, and I felt her head, and I didn't feel anything. And then the doctor came in and said, there's nothing, there's no bump.
You see the man?
No, it was so dark. I couldn't see a thing.
Joyce and Joe can't describe their attacker. They have no known enemies. There is little for the police to go on.
The investigation into the home invasion case went along for a while and then just lost steam.
Joyce is strangely uninterested in finding her attackers.
I've never come across the scenario that we found in the start of the case. It was bizarre.
On the outskirts of Waco, Texas,
What the? You get out of
Big Joe Sturdivant suffers head injuries during a violent home invasion. And his attackers are still at large. But his wife, Joyce, is oddly unconcerned because she planned the whole thing.
Joyce was a little bit afraid of Joe finding out she had run his business into the ground.
Joyce is looking for new hirers.
It's Big Joe. He's beat me.
Joyce was complaining about Joe and Joe beating her up. As far as we know, was unfounded.
Joe's life insurance can get her out of her financial hole,
I need your help.
but only if he meets an untimely accident.
And he says, I know some people who might get it done, but I can beat them up for you if you pay me. So about 3 o'clock in the morning, they drive over to Joyce's house.
Bedroom to the left. That's where he is, okay?
And Joyce, she's got everything ready. She's got the dogs locked up and the house open. She sits back thinking, tonight's the night. They're gonna take care of business for me. And she's kind of in the bathroom, in the corner, and she's got her fingers in her ears. Like she's anticipating a loud noise, maybe the crack of a gun.
But Big Joe's self-defense saves his life.
It didn't play out like Joyce had originally planned for it. She clearly wanted him dead.
Joyce turns to Plan B, a trusted friend in the office who might know someone in the murder game.
Find some trustworthy guys.
They developed a relationship, and Joyce asked if she knew anyone that could help her get rid of her husband.
She eventually found 2 guys that said they would do it.
These are worth a lot more than $2,000.
And these 2 men wanted, of course, to be paid.
Joyce couldn't pay a hitman because she was in horrible debt. She thought her jewelry would be enough.
All right, I'll put it out there, see what bounces back.
What bounces back is robbery. The men simply take Jean's jewels and run.
These guys had no intention of killing Joe Sturdivant.
They seen an opportunity, and they're going for it. And you know what, Joyce? If you say anything, we're gonna turn you in.
But the Queen Bee doesn't give up easily.
She finally said, well, I'm just going to take matters into my own hands. If you want something done, you got to do it yourself.
In the early hours of October 8th, 2008, Joyce moves on to Plan C.
You don't normally think of murderers walking around in shower caps. It appears that Joyce was concerned about the blood splatter, trying to make sure she covered up everything.
Joyce got a .38 caliber pistol. We knew that they had a lot of guns around the house.
Big Joe is sound asleep. She could probably hear his nose whistle. She walks up. She kills him cold-bloodedly, just like that. for nothing. A man she has known for almost 50 years and been married to for 4 decades.
Finally, Joyce achieves her goal. Now, to get away with it.
Joyce knew she was going to be gone all day. That was her alibi, was that she was at work. She needed to make sure the body wouldn't start decomposing immediately, and she thought merely turning down the air conditioner and lighting a candle would do the trick.
She stages the scene, flips some tables over, pulls some drawers out, and kind of makes it look like someone was in there trying to rob the place, and maybe Joe woke up.
Joyce spends the day in the office, and no one suspects a thing.
She came back, went into the house, immediately called 911.
I need someone to come here right away.
Said, I think my husband has had a heart attack.
I think my husband's had a heart attack.
Big Joe had a history of heart trouble. But as the crime scene evidence indicated, that's not what happened to him.
Half his head's gone. It's very bloody.
The crime scene also did not match with a burglary because nothing was taken. It looks like the drawers were pulled out and things were tussled about a bit, but nothing was really taken.
And soon enough, her previous consorts start spilling to the police.
Mistake number 1, Joyce approached way too many people about killing her husband. Mistake number 2, all of them were untrustworthy.
In 2011, Joyce Sturdivant is convicted of attempted capital murder and first-degree murder. She is sentenced to 30 years in prison. Joyce began by stealing money. In the end, it was a life.
She ruined my family. She ruined our lives.
Joyce was a cold, calculating, selfish individual who thought only of herself. She is exactly where she needs to be, and that's in the penitentiary.
The golden years of retirement.
She liked to be out and about.
Can be ripe for adventure.
She should have known that it was only a matter of time.
Benny?
As long as you can handle the pace.
She took it a little too far.
In Midwest City, Oklahoma, Barbara Broadway is preparing for something she hasn't done in a long time.
Stop it.
A date.
Great. Oh, I'm too old to go on a date. Trust me, he's a lovely guy. And he's actually older than you.
I'll get that.
Barbara got along with everyone.
Come on.
She wanted to still get out and do things, fool around with her friends somewhere.
Hi, how you going? Benny, this is Barbara.
Hi, Barbara.
Hello.
Nearing her 60s, with her children all grown up, the divorcee isn't ready to be put on the shelf. In 2004, 70-year-old Benny Scott lights her fire.
Ooh, thank you.
And they both give love another try.
Benny had children from a previous marriage as well, so it was kind of a blended family.
I love gardening.
Oh, I'm no good in the garden.
Oh, I just love growing my own herbs.
I'd love to taste them sometime.
Well, I think that can be arranged.
Benny was one of those men who is dependent on women. He needed to have a woman in his life.
Barbara has her new man, but she doesn't want her new life to be in Oklahoma.
You've made me the happiest old man in the world.
Me too.
She wants to join her daughter in Florida.
He had a lot of friends, but they were all in Oklahoma.
I love you, but I miss my family.
She worked on him and worked on him.
I don't want to leave Oklahoma.
What about my needs?
He didn't want to move from Oklahoma, but Barbara did, so he moved with her.
By 2009, the couple relocates to Lake Alfred, Florida.
They were able to get a very nice house. The temperature never got cold, and you didn't have any of those Oklahoma dust storms. It was really a good environment.
Barbara is living the dream, but it comes at a price.
It's so humid.
Isn't it great?
Benny was getting up in his late 70s, and his health was not good at all.
I'm going in. Barbara!
Benny's heart had let him down. He had a heart attack,
My chest.
pacemaker, stents, and he was in congestive heart failure.
It's a blow for Barbara. Being nursemaid is not part of her Florida dream.
It's time for you to get up.
I don't want to get up. I'm tired.
You're fine. The doctor said so.
Barbara was 13 years younger than Benny, and her health was just fine.
You can't leave me here alone.
I can, and I will.
For months, Benny's health ebbs and flows. But Barbara is comforted by being close to her daughter for big occasions, like Christmas.
Oh, thank you.
You two seem happy.
We are. Merry Christmas.
But for every good day comes the bad.
To say he was slowing down in life, getting towards the end of life, would be probably a good description.
Benny relies on Barbara more and more. Not just physically, emotionally.
Benny's emotional needs were far greater than his physical needs.
She was his emotional crutch. He was afraid his body would fail him and there would be no recourse if he was alone.
But Barbara is tired of playing nurse.
Benny's demands on Barbara crimped her style. She liked to be out and about. Benny wanted her on the sofa next to him, all the time.
Then, in January 2012, Barbara has news.
What happened, Mama?
You missed everyone in Oklahoma.
Oh, Mama. I'm so sorry.
Benny has left her.
She told the people here that he had gone back to Oklahoma and he wasn't coming back.
I'll be fine.
Barbara moves on rather briskly.
Coffee, tea, or something?
Tea would be great, thanks.
She even has her family clean out Benny's belongings from their garage.
She was selling everything that belonged to Benny.
We can't throw these away. I would want these pictures, you know?
They discovered childhood photos and mementos of Benny's. And they thought, surely he's gonna want this stuff. So they figured, okay, we'll call Benny's daughter in Oklahoma.
Look, we're in the storage locker and we're sorting through some stuff. Just don't know what to keep. Can I talk to Benny for a while?
When they called the daughter in Oklahoma, she said, he's not here. Dad is in Florida with Barbara.
In Florida, 2012.
You missed everyone in Oklahoma.
64-year-old Barbara Scott seems mighty confused about her husband's whereabouts.
I'll be fine. Well, Benny is in Oklahoma with his family.
She said, well, Benny went back to his family in Oklahoma, and I don't know if he ever wants to come back to Florida.
But at the same time, telling his family in Oklahoma
Hello?
He's still in Florida, but unavailable.
No, I'm sorry. He can't come to the phone at the moment. He's got a throat problem.
She kept claiming that he had either laryngitis and could not talk on the phone to his children, or that he was ill or hospitalized.
Oh, he'll be fine. He's having surgery next month.
When Benny wasn't seen for 3 months, people got worried.
And it was only a matter of time before one talked to the other, and they put the pieces together.
Confronted by her daughter in Florida, Barbara reveals the awful truth.
And she said, "Mom." She looked in her eyes.
Where's Benny, Mama?
Well, he's in Oklahoma. He missed his
Mama,
funeral.
I know he's not there. He died. I buried him in the garden.
Barbara says it's an act of nature. One morning in the shower, Benny falls and hits his head.
Benny?
Barbara admitted to her daughter, yes, Benny slipped and fell in the shower.
Benny?
Banged his head and it killed him.
Benny!
He didn't have any pulse, he wasn't breathing. I didn't know what to do. I panicked. There's a dead body in my shower. So I just took him and I buried him in the herb garden. And Benny was at rest in a bed of parsley, rosemary, and basil.
Mama, I think we gotta go to the police.
Her daughter convinces Barbara to tell the police everything. But when they exhume the body, they get a surprise.
What do they see? A bullet hole.
Benny?
Barbara immediately changes her story.
He committed suicide.
Benny!
I walked in, and he was collapsed on the floor of the shower.
She was overwhelmed. She was ashamed. It was like a dirty family secret for someone to commit suicide.
I was so beside myself with grief that I didn't know what to do, so I buried him in the backyard.
There are just a few problems.
He's absolutely never been depressed. He's never talked to suicide, anything like that. A couple years ago, Benny had his pacemaker put in. That's not the kind of person who commits suicide.
And the autopsy report shows Benny was shot in the back of the head.
It has been my experience that people committing suicide with a gun don't hold it to the back of their head. It is physically impossible for Benny to hold a gun, a .22 caliber revolver, several inches from his head and fire the bullet. It was ruled a homicide.
Barbara is caught, a cold-blooded murderer. She executed her husband because he was slowing her down.
It's definitely a strange case. People that are in their golden years, you think usually it's right off into the sunset. In this one, it ends up buried underneath an herb garden.
In 2014, Barbara Scott is found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole.
She got rid of the problem in the only way she could think possible. It was selfish, it was regrettable, and there's no excuse for taking Benny's life.
These deadly women should have known better. Jean Allen allowed prejudice to destroy her family. Joyce Sturdivant wanted money more than her husband of 40 years. And Barbara Scott didn't want to be slowed down. All three turned to murder late in life, when Granny gets a gun. You choose your husband, but not your in-laws.
My son should not have married you.
A math professor wants to multiply her assets.
Just sign it. Well, what kind of person manipulates their mother?
A new bride doesn't want to hang with his family.
He's my husband. She needed to be the only thing in his life.
And a meek, mousy mom learns to roar.
She had cornered her prey.
These deadly women love their husbands, but not their families. They are killer-in-laws.
Cheers.
53-year-old Katie is the matriarch of the Passanidi family. She recently adopted a young girl,
Hey, sweetie, your tea's ready.
has a biological daughter in college,
Cheers. Cheers.
and a loving husband, Tony. They are a high-achieving couple living in San Antonio, Texas.
She's settling in well.
Yeah. She's happy here.
Katie had a very impressive academic pedigree.
She was very intelligent. She worked as a professor in various colleges with her degrees in mathematics.
You know, you're going to be late for your lecture.
Oh, God. I hate leaving her. I want to quit. What?
Nothing. It's your call.
But her timing couldn't be worse. It's 2008,
Bye, girls. Bye.
and the financial world is collapsing.
Katie had quit her job because she was raising an adopted daughter. Her husband, Tony, had lost his job. So they were in dire financial straits.
Any jobs there for you?
Nothing.
For this mathematician, nothing is adding up.
They were living paycheck to paycheck, and there was nothing there. And they even owed back taxes.
I need money now.
But someone else is about to enter Katie's equation.
Mom's got some money.
Katie's mother and stepfather live on a farm in Keithville, Louisiana. She thinks Mom owes her big time.
Katie's mother, Loretta, was only 16 when she had her, so she gave Katie to her mother to raise.
Oh, she's beautiful. She felt very badly about that. And Katie knew how to pluck those strings. Oh, she's lovely. Oh.
These days, her mother, Loretta, is an easy target.
Who is she?
My daughter. How could you forget?
I'm forgetting a lot these days.
She's suffering from dementia.
She couldn't function in everyday life.
But luckily, Loretta has a doting husband, Ernest Luttrell.
How's my gal?
Ernest loved Loretta. They were together more than 50 years, but he had no use for Katie.
Katie?
And she felt the same.
Ernest? Katie's here for the money.
What money?
For the college fees.
I didn't say anything about paying for any college fees.
Katie wants money for her eldest daughter's education.
You owe me.
Her stepfather is financially comfortable and happy to give some assistance.
Ernest gave only $1,000.
But handouts aren't enough. Katie's feud with her stepfather escalates. When Ernest is diagnosed with Alzheimer's and hospitalized, she sees an opportunity.
Oh, gosh, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Brought you your favorite.
What's that? Why, thank you.
Loretta and Ernest were in their 70s, but when you add in the fact that they'd both been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, you have a recipe for problems.
But when am I gonna get out of here?
I'll ask the doctor. It's tragic, but I think you should be committed.
Katie's determined to keep her stepfather out of the way.
Really? The doctor thinks he's doing fine. He should go home in a few days.
Well,
She has her mother give her power of attorney over him.
I think you should stay.
Katie tried everything she could to get him committed permanently to an Alzheimer's unit.
I'll talk to his doctors.
Well, what kind of person manipulates their mother?
Convincing her demented mother to sign over his affairs. Next, Katie goes for Ernest's money.
We just need you to sign here, here, and here. While you're doing that, I'll just photocopy the power of attorney.
But why am I here?
I just need you to sign it.
We can only wonder how much Loretta really knew what was going on in her state.
But what is this?
Mom, just sign it.
And she put all of that money into an account in Loretta's name.
Is everything okay?
Oh, yes. Just sad, that's all. That's why I need to take control.
But Katie's plot to keep Ernest in the hospital fails. Doctors send him home. To help the couple cope, they hire a live-in housekeeper.
While Katie's here, I thought I might go get some groceries.
Make us some coffee first.
Please.
44-year-old Tina Van Mercue will soon be drawn into Katie's web.
The cast of killers in this tale is a housekeeper, a woman with advanced dementia, and a PhD.
In tranquil Keithville, Louisiana, there's a plot going down. In 2010, Katie Passanidi
Mom, it's me.
is using her befuddled mother and her housekeeper.
Put her on speakerphone.
Tina was the housekeeper for Ernest and Loretto.
Tina, come here.
She was hardly the perfect French maid. In fact, quite the opposite.
She was rather unkempt and uneducated.
And tell her.
You gotta find a hitman, or I'll throw you out.
Katie Passanidi used her elderly, demented mother to organize a hit.
You hear that, Tina? Or she'll throw you out. You'll be homeless.
Now, for a person like Tina Van Morcue, who had a criminal record, that was a big deal.
I try my best.
You better.
Katie wants her stepfather dead before he finds out what she's been up to. Tina runs in bad circles.
How'd you like to make some money?
How much money?
Eric Crane was a drug user. He wasn't employed. Really, I would call him a sociopath.
What do I gotta do?
You gotta kill my boss.
Yeah, okay.
To be willing to do this to a poor old guy who never did anything to him, who was already suffering with Alzheimer's. My heavens, he might have been dumb, but he was a vicious piece of work.
Mastermind Katie is hundreds of miles away at her home in Texas.
She's out of town, conveniently, with her clean hands.
And her mother, Loretta, is at church, conveniently early. Ernest thinks he's home alone.
What are you doing on my property?
It all happened pretty quickly.
Whoa!
Eric Crane shot, and then he continued shooting. And when I say he blew half his head off, I really mean Eric Crane blew his head off.
Eric's told to make it look like a robbery. He steals Ernest's guns and his truck. But that soon backfires.
People saw him driving Ernie's truck around town with the guns in the front seat. It's sort of like he signed the crime scene and said, "Come and get me."
Within days, Eric's arrested. His stupidity doesn't just shine the spotlight on himself. It soon illuminates part of the plot.
Hello?
Hey, babe.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
Once Eric Crane was arrested, he made some phone calls to Tina Van Morcue. And those phone calls, of course, are always recorded.
Well, I blew his head right off. So I did my part, so I want my money.
Well, I'll ask Loretta.
Eric is a walking, talking, dumb criminal joke.
Turn to the left.
Soon, Tina's in jail.
Now, turn to the right.
So Tina was arrested, and she said, "No, that's not my gun. Loretta gave me that gun." So Loretta was arrested.
Turn to the left.
A very confused grandmother who doesn't know where she is or why. The only person not in jail is the mastermind herself.
This is a woman who manipulated her mother and participating in one of the worst crimes that are imaginable.
Katie lets everyone take the fall, including her own mother. Loretta is indicted for first-degree murder, but is deemed unfit for trial. Tina Van Morcue pleads guilty to second-degree murder, sentenced to life without parole. Eric Crane pleads guilty to first-degree murder and receives life without parole.
This one with the blue bow.
Katie thinks she's got away with murder. But there's one little slip. When she forges the victim's will to score her biggest payday.
She had a will made out after his death, giving herself everything that Ernest had. And once we realized, in fact, it was a forgery and Ernest never signed it, she became #1 suspect.
Katie Passaniti,
Yeah?
you have a warrant for your arrest.
One of the remarkable things about this story is that Katie, for such a smart woman, at least academically, was completely stupid.
In 2013, Katie is found guilty of second-degree murder, conspiracy, and forgery. She's sentenced to life, plus 70 years. No chance of parole.
She doesn't need to be out walking among us.
Katie wasn't just willing to murder her stepfather, but also let her mother take the fall.
She was a malicious and ugly woman. She'll never see the light of day again.
Beauty can be the perfect mask.
It was just plain old greed and anger.
To hide a selfish heart.
He never should have opened that door.
And feed an evil soul.
She killed everybody she could.
Every mother has dreams for her son. And 27-year-old Ben Collins deserves good fortune.
Ben Jr. was a veteran of World War II. He survived that okay. But then he was involved in a serious car accident and became paraplegic.
You okay?
Just a couple years after he got home.
That song feels good.
Ben receives a handsome insurance payment.
Perfect day for an ice cream.
Of $10,000 for his accident.
I can take a hint.
Which supports his family.
Usual?
While Mom Julia looks after him. But there is another woman in his life. Local beauty, Opal.
I hope you don't mind that I've come here today.
No, not at all.
I thought maybe we could go to the movies.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Opal Collins was a very attractive woman. She's in her mid-20s. People described her as having the face of an angel.
Hi.
Hi. Opal, I've heard about you.
Opal's gonna take me to the movies.
It's a whirlwind relationship that soon has Opal meeting all his family.
Dad, this is Opal.
Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Opal, pleasure to meet you.
And these are my sisters, Martha
Hi.
and Mary.
Hi.
And you know Mom.
Yes, I do.
Please do have a seat.
Thank you. This looks delicious.
In Opal, Ben saw a beautiful woman that wanted to be with him.
At the dinner table, this attractive stranger is all grace and charm.
Tell us about yourself, Opal.
Well, there's not much to tell, really. I'm single, never been married, but your son might just change that.
Well, yeah, I guess. You never know.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Opal becomes a permanent fixture in the household, visiting regularly, a bit too regularly for his mother.
I don't trust her.
But they seem so happy.
The Collins family did not approve of Opal at all. They didn't think she was a good match for Ben Jr.
Mom, it's Ben.
Opal is just too fast and sassy. And around her, accidents happen.
I think you should go.
Certainly not.
I mean it. Now.
I'm okay, boy? I'm okay.
But Ben is having none of it. He can't believe his luck.
For Ben, I think it was even more important that he have this really good-looking woman at his side, because in some ways, the accident may have made him feel like he might have been less of a man.
Ben insists Opal can visit anytime she wants.
See? I could look after you real well.
Want some help?
No, thank you.
I was asking Ben.
It's all right, Mom.
Opal was as jealous of his own family as she would have been another woman in Ben's life.
But there is something about Opal.
How much is that insurance settlement worth?
$10,000.
Wow. That's a lot of money.
In current dollars, that would be something closer to $86,000. That's a lot of incentive for Opal to stick with him.
I just want to look after my mom. She's done a lot for me.
In Ben, Opal saw a victim, someone she could easily dominate and control.
Tell me, baby.
(1956), Kentucky. Opal Collins outstays her welcome. Her fast ways have turned her boyfriend's family against her, and they move away to another state.
I think the biggest part of it was just to get as much physical distance as possible between themselves and Opal.
Ben had enough money to build a large 5-bedroom house where he lived with his family. He needed their assistance, and they all got along very well.
Oh.
Who's that?
Imagine their surprise when Opal knocked on the door.
Ben? Where are you?
I'm here. Wow, Opal?
I missed you so much. I couldn't stay away.
Opal's not giving up.
I've missed you too.
And then I'm sure Opal batted those beautiful blue eyes of hers, said she was sorry, and it would never happen again. And he wanted to believe her.
Hostilities can't be resolved by moving if all of the hostile parties end up relocating in the same place.
Within a month, the couple is married. And Opal moves in with her in-laws.
Well, as soon as Opal arrived at the house, the feuds began.
He's my husband, all right? You wrinkly old woman, he married me. I'm the one that gets to make the decisions in this house, not you.
Julia absolutely despised her, wanted nothing to do with her.
I used your marriage certificate as toilet paper. That's how little I think of your marriage.
Opal fights back.
I want her and him and your two disgusting sisters out of this house!
As soon as she became Queen Bee, she insisted that Ben's family leave.
They were at each other. It was like two cats in a bag.
The family hits a breaking point.
Get along now.
It was just awful tension in the household every day from sunrise to sundown.
For God's sake! God!
Ben's thinking, how the hell do I get out of this wheelchair and run?
If you don't get out, we're gonna carry you out.
That'll never, ever happen.
Opal was familiar with guns. She took his .22 rifle. She put 16 rounds into it.
This is now a way of resolving the power relationship, which is known as wife wins.
She goes into the living room blazing. She kills her youngest sister-in-law, Mary Sue. She's 11 years old. Then she chases her other sister-in-law, Martha Ann. All the while, Ben is lying helpless in his bed. He hears the horror of his family being slaughtered.
Ben had to listen to his whole family being massacred. Then her footsteps coming up the stairs for him.
Opal, what have you done? Stop.
If I can't have you, no one can.
Please don't.
The only survivor is Ben's father, who's out for the day. Opal doesn't make a run for it. She turns herself in.
Hi, Opal. Can you call the police? I shot them all.
Psychopaths don't feel guilt for what they did, remorse for what they did, or empathy for their victims. People that are not capable of empathy are also not capable of love.
I'm the one that did it. Shot the whole damn family.
Why would you do that?
Gave me a rough time.
Opal Collins hands out 4 life sentences, but only stands trial for the murder of 11-year-old Mary Sue. In 1956, she is convicted and sentenced to death. But she gets a break. The governor commutes her sentence to life behind bars.
This was during a period of time when 35 of the 48 American states had death penalties, and almost none of those executions were of women.
Opal destroyed lives simply because she couldn't get what she wanted.
I think what makes Opal Collins one of the nastiest women I've ever encountered is just her absolutely naked greed and the lengths she's willing to go.
What are you cooking?
Some women can bear a lot.
You can't do anything right.
But this was ridiculous.
I'm sorry, I don't want to fight.
They take whatever's dealt.
There was constant bickering and quarreling.
Until they reach their breaking point.
She couldn't control it anymore.
Trap.
It's a portrait of happiness for the Kaur family in India. 28-year-old Rajvinder loves her role as wife and mother.
Rajvinder was a good wife and mother.
I got it.
Show me.
In 2004, her husband Iqbal has life-changing news.
Oh my gosh.
A work visa in the United Kingdom
This is so good for us.
is what Iqbal and his extended family have been waiting for.
You will do well soon in England.
His widowed mother, Baljit, is over the moon.
I'll be able to support you, ma'am.
But his wife is not. Rajinder will be left to look after her mother-in-law.
From the word go, it was clear there were huge tensions between Rajvinder and her mother-in-law, Baljit.
And Rajinda will be able to look after you.
Like a parent's did.
Don't talk about our family like that.
Show some respect.
Rajbinder's family didn't pay a dowry, which is the norm when it comes to arranged marriages.
In cultures where a dowry is agreed to, money to be given to the husband for marrying a young woman, if that money doesn't show up, it's gonna cause problems.
Rajvinder has an ally in her sister, who is married to Iqbal's brother.
Rajvinder's sister would stand up to her mother-in-law, but Rajvinder just remained quiet and stoic.
So in 2004, Iqbal moved to the UK. He was a builder by trade and started working in Southampton.
Rajvinder, get the food ready.
Rajvinder becomes her mother-in-law's slave.
Daughter of a dirty parent.
Not unusual for a little bit of tension between wives and mothers-in-law, but this was ridiculous. Baljit was horrible.
She was constantly questioning why her sons even married these two sisters.
But the things she says. She's a mean old woman. In fact, Rajvinder moved out of the home where she was looking after her mother-in-law back to her parents. I want you to ring Iqbal and tell him.
Hello?
Hello? It's me.
Is everything okay?
No. Everything is not okay. I can't live here anymore. I'm moving out.
Her escape is short-lived.
My mother is a widow. It is your duty to look after her.
And Iqbal soon told her to move back in with the mother-in-law. He said no. It will be okay.
You useless women? Do you think my son will be on your side?
Things were terrible.
Rajvinder's only hope is to join her husband in England. And after 4 years under her mother-in-law's heel, it finally happens.
Welcome to your new home.
When Rajvinder left India to be with her husband, she left a lot more than her country.
What do you think?
Awesome. I'll make it a perfect home.
For 2 years, the family flourishes, including another son.
Hello, son.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. Rajvinder would stay at home, doing chores for the family and looking after her sons.
Hello.
And then...
Got a letter from my mom. She's coming over. Baji was very lonely in India, and her son Iqbal was so worried about her that he encouraged her to come over in August 2010 and stay.
For how long?
6 months.
No. No, please.
It's going to be all right. It's going to be okay. It's not going to be forever.
This will not be a happy holiday.
And one that the family will never forget.
In 2010, Rajvinder Kaur has a new life in the United Kingdom with her husband Iqbal and their 2 children.
Hello, grandson.
But now her mother-in-law, Baljit,
You've grown so tall.
has come to visit.
See what grandma brought for you. Iqbal, this is for you.
Rajvinder and her mother-in-law already had a bad track record when mom shows up at the door for 6 months.
Come, Mom. You must be very tired. I'll take you upstairs and show you your room.
The tension between Rajvinder and Baljit was immediate.
Rajvinder is now back under the heel of her mother-in-law.
What are you cooking? It stinks.
Constantly berating her, constantly picking holes in everything she did. Objecting to her cooking, accusing her of not cleaning the apartment properly.
What are you doing? Don't fold the clothes that way.
It must have created a very bad atmosphere.
You're a useless mother. Get out.
I love my children. They are my world.
Don't talk to me like that. Get out.
Rajvinder was very stoic. She was the kind of woman who wouldn't fight back.
The tension starts taking its toll.
What are you doing?
Rajvinder started showing signs of clinical depression, not sleeping well and becoming withdrawn.
This plate is still dirty. You don't even know how to wash the dishes. My son should not have married you.
She obviously couldn't take the criticism and the tension any longer.
Coming from a dirty family.
6 months is a long time to be stuck in a flat with your mother-in-law.
With Baljit's 6-month visit almost over,
I can't wait to go to see my family and friends. Have a good day.
Rajvinder should be relieved her nemesis is going home.
I may be going, but I will come back.
But it might not be forever.
Just 2 days before Baljit was due to go back to India, the tempers had reached boiling point, and Rajvinder had had enough.
On February 25th, 2011, Rajvinder snaps.
She'd taken a rolling pin from the kitchen, taking it through to the bathroom where Baljit was showering. And it's there she launched her brutal attack on her mother-in-law.
Rajvinder exploded on her mother-in-law. It was the physical manifestation of not being able to take it any longer.
Hitting her 20 times. She was really angry.
This is a classic example of overkill. After that frenzied attack, Baljit could not have lived.
Hello? Iqbal. Is everything okay? Something has happened to your mother.
Rajvinder called Iqbal at work and told him that his mother had been involved in a dreadful accident.
That Baljit had slipped in the bath when she was putting oil on.
No, we won't need an ambulance.
Her husband calls the paramedics and races home.
What have you done?
The paramedics arrived expecting to see an elderly woman who had fallen in the shower. Instead, they encountered what could only be interpreted as a crime scene.
The paramedic said afterwards it was one of the worst head traumas he'd ever seen in his entire career.
No one is buying Rajvinder's story, but she's sticking to it.
During 14 subsequent police interviews, Rajvinder insisted that her mother-in-law had died from an accident.
But forensic evidence clearly shows the real story.
Rajvinder left a body of evidence. It was very clear that one fall in the shower wouldn't have caved in her skull.
In 2012, Rajvinder Kaur is found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 11 years.
Rajvinder eventually did admit she killed her mother-in-law, but insisted that she had motivation for doing so because of this build-up of tension between them.
Rajvinder is torn between her love for her husband and the judgment of her mother-in-law.
Coming from a dirty family.
She could see no way out but to eliminate one of them.
Everybody has a breaking point. They can only be pushed so far. Rajvinder had hers, and now she's in prison.
These deadly women found their prey through their wedding vows. Katie Passanidi couldn't wait for her inheritance. Opal Collins wiped out a family without blinking. And Rajvinder Kaur couldn't take the torment for just one more day. They stole their loved ones' families. They were killer-in-laws. Not all women want to make it on their own. Some prefer to feed off others.
These girls need routine.
A military man's true enemy is closer than he thinks.
Just an evil, psychopathic person.
One nurse is no Florence Nightingale.
They actually needed a lot of care, and Dorothea didn't like that.
And a devoted wife organizes a special surprise.
There's one clear-cut motive that begins with G and ends in R-E-E-D.
These deadly women will do whatever it takes to cash in. In 1993, Riverdale, California. Mother of two, 38-year-old Susan Lee Russo has a rigid routine.
She would fanatically clean the house. I mean, every corner, every piece of furniture had to be spotless for her.
I need your help. David will be home soon.
Susan had to keep things neat and orderly. Her house was immaculate, even though she had a toddler living there.
Daddy's home. Hey there.
Married to a Navy man, expectations are high.
Hey, sweetheart.
Husband David likes a tight ship.
I've known military people in the past. Their clothes have to be perfect. Their locker has to be perfect. They come home, I'm sure they expect the same thing. That's what they know.
Dinner won't be long.
It's not ready? We always ate at 1800.
This isn't the mess hall.
Well, these girls need routine, don't they?
Some people said that he would ask Susan to jump, and she would say, "How high?"
Money is as tight as the rules in the Russo household.
There you go. There's your weekly household money.
I need to buy new shoes for the girls.
David controlled the purse strings, so much so that if Susan asked for $20, later she had to account for it.
That's not enough.
Sending us broke.
I could get a part-time job to help out.
So Susan turns to what she does best: cleaning.
She was cleaning homes for various people in the area. She said it was to take care of the kids, but it was off limits to David. That was her money.
But this Stepford wife isn't as clean as she makes out.
You know, on the outside, Susan looks like the perfect wife, the perfect mother, but all wasn't well inside. She was hiding something.
Susan didn't want extra money to go shopping or buy things for her children. She had a habit. She wanted it to buy methamphetamine.
She was doing that even prior to her association with David.
Hello, princess. How are you?
Hey, sweetheart. Where's Mom? Let me get changed and I'll help.
But it's not just drugs Susan's been keeping secret. She has a lover, too.
She's having a sexual relationship with somebody she's buying drugs from.
I think because he paid attention to her and was nice to her, I think that she was drawn to that. They had a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship between the two of them for quite some time.
That's what she lived for. It had become her new love.
That consumed a large part of her life away from David.
Hey, you didn't wait for me.
But tensions are building.
Have you finished, girls?
Susan is no longer playing the dutiful housewife.
Why don't you go to your room?
Oh, I want to talk to them.
I want to talk to you.
Lighten up.
Her family commitments are cramping her style.
She felt that that was the only thing keeping her and Jason from being together.
Where have you been?
I broke out of your prison.
You've got the doting mother, doting housewife who is cleaning houses.
I love you. I don't understand.
I know you don't.
And doing drugs. It's kind of a mismatch. Something's wrong with this situation.
Friends notice the new Susan. A combination of young love and financial freedom gives her uncharacteristic bravado.
They're playing cards with neighbors one night, and they get into a back and forth.
I'll raise you 30.
Susan, what are you doing?
I'll see you 30, and I'll raise you 30.
Sure.
Susan.
And David says something to her that she doesn't like, and she says, "You better watch it."
Stop telling me what to do.
Susan's not gonna take orders any longer.
I'm so over you.
Because you, mister,
I could have you taken out anytime.
I can have you killed anytime I want. You better watch out.
Everything okay with you two?
I just don't know anymore.
It sounds comical, but the truth is often said in jest. This does not bode well for David.
In Riverdale, California,
Lighten up.
Susan and David Russo's marriage is falling apart.
Where have you been?
While he's serving his country, she's getting high with a secret lover. But in 1994, a meeting with a military advisor changes everything.
How do you do?
Somebody from the Navy had come to their house and talked to them about their finances and what the family stood to gain, Susan and the kids, should something happen to David.
You will be looked after. David has a healthy life insurance portfolio.
It included Social Security, retirement, and insurance, and I think it all came to around $1 million.
They're worth more dead than alive.
No truer words were ever spoken.
It's almost as if that day, a light bulb goes off in Susan's head.
Susan sees a way out of her domestic boredom.
Susan's probably saying to herself, do I want to clean houses for the rest of my life? Or do I want to live in the lap of luxury without David?
She turns to her secret lover.
Hey, this is my old lady.
I can give you $100 now, more when it's done.
She's in that culture. She's in that drug culture. And good people don't run around in that subculture of drugs.
But I don't want you to be the shooter.
Jason brings in his 28-year-old drug-dealing associate, Bobby Morris.
Hey, I can help, but I don't want to be the trigger man.
So now we got 2 drug dealers, Susan and a military man who's worth $1 million dead.
I'll pay you when it's time.
This is not gonna end happily ever after.
On Wednesday night, July 13th, 1994, the trio strike.
We never were 100% sure of who fired the shot. David was asleep. Whoever had the gun put the gun up and shot him in the head.
to be killed in your own house while you're sleeping is pretty cold-blooded.
One shot is all it takes.
Not only did Susan have no regard for David's life, her children were in the home during the murder. She didn't care about that either.
Susan thinks she has everything in order.
Not only was Susan careless about finding someone to kill David, she was also careless about planning how she was going to get away with it.
Jason was going to drive the body to a remote location and then torch the vehicle to get rid of the body.
But Jason miscalculates.
Jason ran out of gas while driving the body from the area, and then didn't have gas to torch the vehicle, and was stuck on the side of the road with the body in the back seat.
They were not bright people. They were not smart people. They were hardcore meth addicts.
The next morning, David's colleague comes by.
David was supposed to be at work this morning, and he's not there.
Hey, Susan. Is David sleeping again?
No, I'm a bit worried. I don't know where he is.
Something's wrong.
Don't worry. We'll find him.
And Susan's behavior is odd.
Will I still get his paycheck this week?
Yeah, sure.
David's body wasn't even in the ground before Susan was finding out exactly when his paycheck that week would be available to her.
Meanwhile, David's body is discovered by a local farmer.
It looks like an execution. And that's because it was.
Mrs. Russo, we've discovered a body in the backseat of your husband's car.
As routine procedure, the police interview the victim's spouse.
Oh? I hope it's not David.
It is David.
And get more than they bargained for.
Well, you won't find any blood in the house. And you won't find any bullets either.
She, of her own volition, said that we would not find any bullets, which we found rather curious.
The expert cleaner is confident she has covered her tracks.
And there's going to be some blood left. That's just the way that is.
Police find microscopic traces of blood in the bedroom, and the shell casing links the gun to her partners in crime. All three are convicted of first-degree murder. Bobby Morris and Jason Andrews are serving 25 years to life.
I think Susan was a big mastermind in this whole thing. And I think that her manipulation of Jason and Bobby probably is, I mean, that's the callousness.
In 1996, Susan Russo is sentenced to life without parole. To the world, Susan played the role of the diligent housewife, eager to please her husband. But in truth, she was only looking out for herself.
Absolutely evil, just an evil, psychopathic person.
She offered someone $100 to kill David. That's the value she put on his life and their marriage.
Opportunities are won and lost.
She wanted to change her will.
On a woman's ability.
Certainly is an interesting coincidence.
To adapt.
This was a toxic, lethal overdose.
I think caring for the elderly is my calling.
In the 1930s, Nottingham, England. New widow Dorothea Waddingham is left alone to care for a young family.
After Dorothea's husband died, she'd have been in quite a difficult situation with 3 small children to bring up.
But it's not for long. Her lodger, 39-year-old Ronald Sullivan, seems like a good catch.
Ronald was a decorated World War I veteran who'd won medals for gallantry.
Ronald, how kind of you to come.
How are you?
What starts as a financial transaction turns into a happy union.
Better for seeing you.
She formed a relationship with Ronald Sullivan, who was, after all, living in the house. And they had a further 2 children, but they never did marry.
You okay?
Just.
So there were 5 children in the family by 1935. The oldest was 10, and the newest had only just been born.
Making ends meet for a family of 7 gets tricky.
It was no doubt a considerable financial strain to bring up these children.
Found anything?
I should have stayed in the army.
There's not much work for an ex-soldier in the 1930s.
I've got an idea that I think will make us a lot of money.
But luckily, Ronald has Dorothea.
Now?
Leave that to Nurse Dorothea.
When life presents a problem, she always has a solution.
Dorothea was a very interesting woman.
The bedrooms are quite large.
Dorothea thinks there's money in sickness. Other people's.
Shall we take tea?
She hits on a lucrative idea of running a nursing home.
They had a big home, so she decided to take in some elderly sick people and care for them.
There's just one problem.
Sugar?
Dorothea has no medical qualifications, so she lies to the authorities.
Nurse Waddingham, have you ever worked in a nursing home?
Yes, I have. I think caring for the elderly is my calling.
Even though she passed herself off as Nurse Waddingham, she was certainly never qualified as a nurse.
In no time, the new enterprise is approved and welcomes its first clients. 87-year-old Louisa Bagley and her daughter, Ada. Dorothea is in business.
The nursing profession doesn't generally make nurses wealthy, but Dorothea made it work for her. When 2 infirm women, mother and daughter, were referred to Dorothea's nursing home, she didn't look at them and wonder, how can I help them? How can I make their lives easier? She looked at them for their bank accounts.
I hope you're comfortable here.
I'm pleased we're here together.
Ada was 50 years old and had a disease described as creeping paralysis, where the paralysis of the body progressively increased, necessitating eventually immobility.
Being an entrepreneur isn't easy. Dorothea's patients require hard labor.
They needed fairly much round-the-clock care. They would be receiving medications, they would need feeding, cooking, etc.
They actually needed a lot of care, and Dorothea didn't like that.
You all right?
No, I'm exhausted.
And the money's not great.
I don't know how aware Dorothea was initially of how much care the Bagleys would need, but it soon became clear that it was a great deal more than she thought it was worth.
Dorothea wasn't happy with the amount of money she was being paid to care for them.
Miss Dorothea, can you come here, please? I'm coming!
This is not the life Dorothea has planned. She decides to make some adjustments.
Is something wrong?
You and your mother will have to leave.
No. Why?
You require too much care. I'm arranging for you to go to a workhouse.
She actually told them she would send them to a workhouse. And that's not a good place for two sick people to be.
No, please, no. Mum won't survive. I feel I won't either.
Workhouses were fairly harsh places where you expected to work for your living. Food was fairly meagre.
Well, there may be a way you can stay.
In 1935, Nottingham, England. Struggling to cope with the workload of her nursing home. Ever resourceful, Dorothea Waddingham has a solution.
You and your mother will have to leave.
No. Why?
You require too much care. I'm arranging for you to go to a workhouse.
No, please, no. Mum won't survive.
Then, fate intervenes.
Mother? Mother?
Louisa's death was officially attributed to old age.
Mummy, are you all right?
Oh, Mom! Help, please! Please, somebody help me!
I'm sorry, Ada.
No.
On May 12, 1935, with the death of 87-year-old Louisa Bagley, Dorothea has one less mouth to feed.
Dr. Mansfield, it's Nurse Waddingham. Ada's very ill. Please come quickly.
And within months, nature takes its course again.
Ada was chronically ill, not acutely ill. She had multiple sclerosis. She was fine. And the next day, she was in a coma.
I'm afraid she's gone.
What happened?
I think it was a stroke.
There was nothing to suggest that Ada had died of anything else.
She came in with her mother, who died recently.
That was good enough for him, so that's what he recorded on the death certificate.
Dorothea's problems have simply vanished. And even though her patients have gone, their money hasn't.
Mrs. Bagley, so good to see you again.
Prior to the deaths,
And how are you, Ada?
I'm fine, thank you.
Ada made some financial adjustments.
On May 4th, Ada summoned her solicitor and said she wanted to change her will.
Are you sure about this?
Absolutely.
Well, in that case, I just need you to read through it and make sure everything's in order.
She would leave about £1,600 to Ronald and Dorothea on the condition that they looked after her and her mother for the rest of their lives.
Ada's idea of the rest of her life and Dorothea's idea of the rest of Ada's life didn't match. After she changed the will, she died. Certainly is an interesting coincidence.
Ada's will also requests cremation. Unfortunately for Dorothea, the local coroner smells a rat.
When you look into somebody's death, you're really looking into their life. You're looking at how they ordered their affairs. When the residents of a nursing home change their will to benefit the person who owns the nursing home, it always raises suspicion.
The suspicious doctor orders an autopsy on Ada's body.
This examination revealed that Ada had in fact been poisoned.
The physician who did the autopsy found more than 3 grains of morphine in her stomach. So this was a toxic, lethal overdose.
Thank you, Dorothea.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Ada's last meal, prepared by Dorothea, was pork, baked beans, a baked potato, and 2 helpings of fruit pie, topped off with a real nice sauce of morphine.
As a result of that, it was decided that Louisa's body should also be exhumed and a post-mortem made.
I cooked one of your favorites. Oh, pork. Oh, yum.
When Ada's mother, Louisa, was exhumed, they found elevated levels of morphine in most of her organs. She didn't die of natural disease. She died of a morphine overdose.
Seeking refuge, Louisa and Ada Bagley gave their trust, their money, and in the end, their lives to Dorothea.
I hope you're comfortable here.
I'm pleased we're here together.
Louisa was elderly and frail, and her daughter was very sick. They had one thing going for them. They had money to buy health care, but they went to the wrong purveyor.
Dorothea Waddingham is convicted of 2 counts of murder. She is sentenced to death.
Dorothea might have gotten away with 2 murders if it hadn't been for the suspicious mind of their doctor. The FBI could have used a man like him.
On April 16th, 1936, Dorothea Waddingham is hanged.
Serial killers always think they're gonna get away with it.
Lakewood, Colorado. In the desert city, a brutal home invasion.
He was caught completely by surprise.
Why are you doing this to me?
I was hugely violent.
Police, open up.
The officers entered the room, and immediately to their right, Alvin is breathing deep, the apneic breathing of a man who's about to die.
Ma'am, please.
Darlene told police that 2 drug dealers from Louisiana had come looking for payback. They put her into a back bedroom while they killed her husband.
The story starts in 2003, down in Louisiana, where Alvin and Darlene Spears are running with the wrong crowd.
Alvin had a bit of a checkered past for sure. He was dealing in drugs.
And his 28-year-old wife, Darlene, is dealing guns.
Make sure they're 38s.
Have I ever let you down?
She was charged or indicted by ATF for selling straw purchases, selling guns through straw purchases.
But their life of crime comes to an end when Alvin is arrested. To save himself, he becomes a police informant.
There's probably no more dangerous activity
What do you got? Tuesday, Sammy's garage at midnight.
than being a drug dealer and informing on your colleagues to the police. But that's what Alvin was doing.
Nice work. Okay.
He is making enemies fast. So Alvin and Darlene skip town.
Alvin wanted to get out of the criminal life he had in Louisiana and saw Colorado as a new beginning.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing. We good.
Alvin is
Testing, 1 2.
reborn.
Testing.
Alvin was studying to be a minister.
Your husband's a very talented young man. How are his studies?
He'll be a minister in no time.
Darlene is right by his side.
She, by all appearances, also was involved in the church and seemed supportive of everything that Alvin was doing. To everybody, she presented as a God-fearing, church-going woman.
Now they're safe and secure, but they still have some problems.
Hey!
Money was a huge issue. They didn't have any. Darlene and Alvin's new start in Colorado left them pretty much penniless.
What do you think?
How much all that cost?
Why? You don't want your woman to look good?
Life without crime doesn't pay so well. And Darlene is missing the cash.
Don't stay up too long, baby.
Darlene's life in Colorado was going the way she wanted to go. She was respected. She saw a future. The only problem is she didn't have the money.
But Darlene is enterprising and is planning a surprise for her husband.
You're home early.
Yeah, I pulled a hamstring. What's up working on the weekend?
It's nothing. It can wait.
I think she had plans for him
Need a massage?
Hell yeah.
that he wasn't going to like.
Come on, baby.
Lakewood, Colorado. With wife Darlene's support, Alvin Spears transforms himself from drug dealer and police informant
Tuesday, Sammy's garage at midnight.
to preacher.
Darlene and Alvin left Louisiana behind. But Alvin would probably have to always be looking over his shoulder.
Old foes are one problem. Lack of cash is another. But on December 7th, 2003, over a romantic meal,
Hey, you coming? Dinner's up.
Almost.
Darlene is ready to reveal her solution.
Spoil me, babe. I almost forgot. I got a surprise for you. Let me get it.
You are spoiling me.
Alvin was caught completely by surprise. He had no idea this was coming.
He stood, he tried to walk away from that. He continued to be hit in the back of the shoulder now.
He was in shock. Alvin could not believe that his wife was standing there with a sledgehammer doing what she did to him.
Why are you doing this to me?
He's trying to move around the apartment, trying to get out. He goes over, tries to actually crawl up underneath the desk, and the desk is hit.
When Darlene murdered Alvin, she didn't hold back. She stabbed him with a knife and crushed his head with a sledgehammer.
Whatever plans Darlene has next are changed instantly.
Police, open up.
Neighbors, appalled by the sounds they hear, call the police.
They knock, they announce their presence, and immediately Darlene locks the deadbolt on the front door.
Police, open up. This is the police. Open the door. You're safe now. Open the door.
Darlene needs to stall.
There was a slight delay in getting that door open. And Darlene claimed that she had to change because she wasn't dressed.
Ma'am, please.
And when she came and answered the door, she was in bloody clothes.
Homicide, 187.
Who puts on bloody clothes to answer the door when the cops are there?
Ma'am, can you tell me exactly what happened?
Darlene told police that 2 drug dealers from Louisiana had come looking for payback.
There were 2 of them. They forced me into the bedroom. I heard everything.
Although the police are skeptical, they don't have enough evidence immediately to make an arrest. Darlene has time to refine her story.
Leadership is based on inspiration, not domination.
And get on with her career. She is a respected team leader.
She brutally killed a guy who was turning his life around and then passing herself off as a victimized woman, professional, and moving on with her life.
There's just one problem. The crime scene tells a different story.
Darlene explained the blood on her clothes, saying that it was transfer blood from Alvin when she was tending to him. But forensics proved it was spatter, high-velocity spatter blood.
Investigators soon discover numerous life insurance policies.
So do I get cash or bank transferred?
Darlene takes out 8 life insurance policies on Alvin.
So how's the money paid?
Adding up all these insurance policies until it adds to about $380,000.
Do you need any extra forms? Do you need a death certificate?
She's already contacted 3 or 4 of the 8 policyholders to try to get the money.
Thank you.
It's entirely possible that after 3 months, Darlene thought she was home clear. She wasn't going to be arrested. Surprise!
She's actually at a seminar, a work seminar on leadership.
There is only one rule. Hunt or be hunted.
She's in the middle of a seminar when I arrest her.
I've been expecting you.
She looked me right in the eyes and she said, "I've been expecting you."
Take her away.
In 2006, Darlene Spears is found guilty of murder and sentenced to life, plus 48 years behind bars. Although she'd been a petty criminal, Darlene has no history of violence and a good relationship with her husband.
There's one clear-cut motive in this case, and it's a word that begins with G and ends in R-E-E-D.
Greed is what really drove her to try to get to where she wanted to be. And unfortunately, her husband was not going to be a part of that.
These deadly women valued money more than lives. Susan Russo went to war on her military man. Dorothea Waddingham targeted the most vulnerable. And Darlene Spears sacrificed her husband for the good life. For all three, the ends justified the means when they decided to cash in. A lover with experience can be irresistible, but sometimes it is a dangerous game.
Surprise!
Beauty and intelligence isn't always a winning formula.
Her reaction to things was not normal.
A caring mother acts like a child.
Don't disrespect me.
She slapped him back, and it escalated from there.
And one woman wants everything in life but love.
Can someone give me a drink?
It did something for her. It made her feel good.
These deadly women charm much younger men, but they turn out to be killer cougars. In 1999, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.
I'm sure she'll come in soon, Mr. Myers.
Easy on the eyes.
I'm sure she hasn't forgotten about you.
Smart and a doctor. Quite a catch.
Hello.
39-year-old Dr. Shirley Turner makes a good first impression
Well, somebody has a great...
on 26-year-old American medical student Andrew Bagby.
I'm not a doctor yet.
Well, I'll be happy to show you the ropes.
Thank you.
How are we doing?
Shirley Turner was attractive, very intelligent. She was very outgoing.
Your iron count has come up.
A self-made woman from a poor background. Shirley's determined, strong, and impressive.
She had a childhood dream of becoming a doctor one day. And she was very, very smart, and she had the brain for it.
But it's Shirley's charm that wins over Andrew.
I'm sure I'll see you later.
I hope so.
Nursing a broken heart, he falls for the charismatic doctor.
He's 13 years younger than she is, Andrew. And boy, does she go right after him.
Hey, guys.
It's a whirlwind romance. They're inseparable. But Andrew's friends are unsure about the rebound, the age difference.
Looks more like his auntie than his date.
And Shirley's behavior is a bit risque.
So have you guys known each other long?
Oh, well, long enough to be exhausted.
Hey, not here.
What are you prude?
Andrew's friends didn't like Shirley. She was lewd and inappropriate. They were concerned.
If they knew Shirley's past, their fears would not be put to rest. She's had a string of boy toys.
She thinks they're gonna be easier to manipulate and to control.
Come back.
But in truth, she can do neither.
I've gotta go.
Her last boyfriend left, like all the others.
I'm leaving.
Shirley has absolutely no faculties to deal with rejection.
You can't leave. You don't want to.
I've gotta go. No, I'm leaving. I gotta go.
No, you don't.
No, I'm leaving.
You can't
Gotta
leave me. You can't
go.
leave me.
Rejection to her
Not.
is the ultimate betrayal. She takes one of her high heel shoes off
Can't leave me.
and she whacks him across the jaw with it.
You're crazy.
This is terribly violent.
You're not leaving.
I'm out of here.
Don't you go. Don't you leave me. Don't.
There is a personality disorder known as borderline personality disorder. One of the hallmark characteristics is the individual cannot tolerate rejection of any kind.
Shirley's personality reveals itself
Figure out which way to go.
to her current young lover on the day Andrew graduates from medical school.
So, come on, tell me now, who else have you invited?
Well, of course, you, the family, and Heather.
You're not serious.
Andrew Bagby maintained a relationship with his childhood sweetheart. He continued to communicate with her, meet with her, talk with her constantly.
And it wouldn't be because you're still in love with her.
Just stop now.
But Shirley's having none of it.
Stay out of our lives.
Shirley snaps at her and accuses her
Are we clear?
of still wanting to get with Andrew.
Good. Have a nice day.
It's ridiculous. Shirley's ridiculous.
So where were you? Because you weren't where you said you would be. Because I went there and your car was on the...
Andrew's had enough.
Surely this is a problem. You don't trust me.
Now that he's a fully fledged doctor, he has a chance to get out.
Shirley, listen to me. It's over. I want out. I'm moving away.
Don't be stupid, Andrew. You don't mean that. You don't get to leave me. You don't.
He goes home to the U.S.
You don't get to leave me. Nobody leaves me.
Andrew decides he needs a clear break. He needs to get away from this woman. She's too volatile, too unstable, so he hightails it out of there.
It's not just Shirley's personal relationships falling apart.
Shirley didn't only have problems with men. She had problems in every area of her life.
Are you gonna be seeing Mrs. Jennings soon?
No, but I will.
People at the hospital, other staff members, they didn't really care for and appreciate her behaviors.
You said you were gonna see her this morning, and she hasn't been seen. She needs to get her catheter removed and also the blood.
Are you done?
She couldn't take constructive criticism at all. To her, it was like being stabbed in the heart, and she would counterattack.
Down in Pennsylvania, Andrew thinks all that is behind him.
Surprise!
What are you doing here?
You invited me to the wedding.
That was before we broke up.
Well, I'm going.
You can't reject Shirley, because she's always gonna come back at you.
Come on. It's gonna be fun. Happy face, happy face, happy face.
He may have just written his own death warrant.
– 2001 in Latrobe, Pennsylvania. 42-year-old Canadian Shirley Turner won't let go of her boy toy ex.
Having a man in her life was as important to Shirley as oxygen itself.
She follows 28-year-old Andrew Bagby to the U.S., and takes a job in Iowa. And he falls for her charm again. But soon, Shirley reverts to her old, crazy ways.
You know Dr. Andrew Bagby? He hurts people. Ask him about the beautiful blonde lady doctor he's seeing. Go on, ask him.
Shirley saw every woman as a threat to her existence.
She starts harassing the competition.
Andrew, have you got a minute?
Sure.
I've been getting crazy phone calls about you.
She would look for things, make them up. She loved it.
I'm so sorry. I'll deal with it, okay?
It's the final straw for Andrew.
Thank you.
Shirley, it's over. I don't want to see you anymore or hear from you.
He says, you know what? I'm taking you to the airport. You're going back home. We're done. It's over. Get out of my life.
You don't mean that.
I do. You heard me.
Shirley won't take no for an answer.
Andrew, don't you drive away from me!
That could be the worst possible thing for Andrew to tell Shirley.
But she's not in Iowa long.
Immediately, she gets into her vehicle, drives approximately 15 to 17 hours back to Pennsylvania.
Hey, it's me. Andrew! Wait, please.
I've got to go to work.
I've driven all night. Can you at least talk to me? Will you meet me later, please?
He says, you know what? I'm going to work.
Okay, I'll see you then.
Chill out, calm down.
On November 5th, 2001,
Make sure you're there.
they agree to hash it out one more time.
He agreed to meet her at the park. Just to try to distance himself from her.
Surely this has got to stop.
We're meant to be together.
No, we are not. I don't want you.
No.
She was on a mission, and the mission was to destroy the man that she believed had destroyed her.
No man abandons me.
Shirley?
Andrew was shot execution style in the back of the head.
Why did you make me do this? Why?
Shirley drives 16 hours back home to Iowa.
So cops find his body. I mean, it's right there in the state park. And they go to his work, and they start questioning his colleagues, and they immediately talk about that situation with Shirley.
At that point, Shirley Turner became a suspect in our investigation.
Can you tell us when you last saw Dr. Bagby?
When he drove me to the airport.
Shirley Turner did try to come up with an alibi. She had indicated that she was homesick.
Thank you for your time.
Without any witnesses, she may have gotten away with murder, except for one thing.
Through cell phone records, we were able to hit different towers, and we could see how she drives from Iowa back to Pennsylvania. She was guilty. She knew we were coming on to her.
But the smart doctor moves first. Back to Canada, complicating the investigation. Now the police have to file for extradition. And that takes time. And there's something else.
She was 1 month pregnant when she murdered the father of her child.
For 2 years, while she fights extradition, Shirley raises Andrew's son. But she can't hold off forever.
She saw where she was going, and it was prison.
But prison is not an option for Shirley. In August 2003, she does it her way.
She spikes his baby formula, and the amount of drugs she puts in that bottle would have definitely put him in a coma. She straps the boy to her chest, inside her jacket.
Shirley's final revenge against Andrew was to take his son with her to a watery grave.
She jumps into the Atlantic Ocean.
I've never come across someone like Shirley Turner. She's very evil.
A brilliant doctor and a psychotic killer. Both people inhabited Shirley's mind. In the end, the killer won out.
Shirley was a person who could not handle rejection, and she sabotaged every single relationship in her life.
Shirley knew there was something wrong with her, that her reaction to things was not normal. In her own suicide note, she said, "I'm not evil, I'm just sick." But she still couldn't get a grip on her behavior.
Some women like to lose control.
There was more to it than just sex. Go now!
Others like to be in charge.
Probably got a little more than he bargained for.
A few want to be both. Raising kids is always a challenge. Bringing them up on your own is doubly hard. In Mobile, Alabama, 30-year-old single mom, Allison Miller, does her best.
Allison was a young mother who had 2 sons she had to take care of. They were 7 and 9 years old. She was working hard to raise her family.
They're such good boys.
They sure are.
Despite the joys of motherhood, one thing's for sure.
But you know, mama's gotta have a bit of fun too sometimes.
Sometimes a mom needs a break. After 10 years of motherhood, Allison meets a new man.
Who's that?
They call him Pig. I don't know why.
Jasper went by the nickname of Pig.
Looks like tasty bacon to me.
19-year-old Jasper Pig Thomas is just the plaything Allison is looking for.
Perhaps Allison was looking for one last fling at youth. Perhaps a part of her life she'd thrown away. He was 19. Maybe it was the sex.
Allison finds happiness with her new boy toy, and he soon moves in.
She was 30. He would have been 19, so there was a big age difference there. I've got a little
Surprise for you.
Jasper gives Allison more than loving.
It would be speculation, but I would tend to believe he was probably supplying her with drugs.
Allison knew that Jasper was a heavy drinker, a drug user, basically a wild kid. Maybe that was part of the attraction.
Mama is happy. For a while.
Jasper went from being a teenager living alone to a teenager living with a 30-year-old woman who had 2 kids.
Allison discovers the flip side of taking a young lover. Her new toy is still very much a boy.
In a lot of ways, he was still just a kid.
Don't you have somewhere to be?
She was probably treating him like she did her 7- and 9-year-old boys.
Go now.
Whatever Jasper was looking for in that relationship,
There you go.
probably got a little more than he bargained for.
And when he struck out against her and didn't want to do what she said, she was furious.
Don't disrespect me.
Jasper's not looking for a mother. He's looking for a good time. And he'll find it wherever he can get it.
Most 19-year-olds don't think about settling down. I'm sure Jasper was no exception.
Allison knows she should dump Jasper. But she can't. She's hooked.
Whether she was attracted to him and would miss the intimacy, whether she was motivated by the drugs, she wanted to hold on to it as long as she could.
Oh, good morning.
Her fear of losing Jasper changes everything.
Boys, go get ready for school.
When you get a situation where the man is really just a toy boy, well, they're supposed to do what you tell them to do.
What's your problem?
Where have you been?
Man, I didn't tell you that. Stop asking me.
Tell me where you've been now.
I didn't tell you nothing. You ain't my mama. And I'm out of here.
No, please don't go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Allison is no longer in control. And she'll do whatever it takes to get it back.
That's when the real trouble started.
In 2002, Mobile, Alabama, 30-year-old Allison Miller is home alone, again. Live-in boyfriend, 19-year-old Jasper Thomas, is partying.
Allison was 30 years old, so she should have known better than to take up with a young punk who's 19 years old.
What started as a bit of fun is becoming a drag. A teenage lover isn't easy to contain.
In cougar relationships, the dynamic is flipped from younger woman, older man. Usually it's the woman that has obviously much more experience. For the young man involved, he's got a very good mommy now to take care of him.
Like so many evenings lately, on June 17th, 2002, Allison plays taxi service for Jasper.
He was at a party and had called her to come pick him up. Her 2 young sons, ages 7 and 9, were in the back seat.
Yo, what's this?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Jasper's in good spirits.
He was being, I want to say, a playful drunk. He was touching her face and touching her chin. He was highly intoxicated.
I said stop it.
But Allison's not in the mood.
She told him to stop, and he slapped her. It escalated from there.
Get out of the car.
Allison didn't take it so well, and she kicked Jasper out.
It's over.
In anger, Jasper says to Allison, "It's over."
As Jasper goes back to his party, Allison stews.
After she put him out of the car, she then went home to her house. She had a scratch on her face that looked like maybe a kitten or an infant with long fingernails had scratched her on the nose.
But to Allison, the scratch is a deep emotional wound. And she wants retribution.
Allison was going to say when it was over.
Come on, boys. We're going out again.
So Allison's idea of ending a relationship is different than most of our ideas.
For the second time that evening, Allison drives across town.
She went back to the area where she had dropped him off with her 2 children in the car because she wanted to talk to Jasper.
Peg! Come here!
Man, don't go. Don't go, man. Stay.
Peg!
Jasper's friend says, "Don't go. Do not go. You're drunk. You're gonna get in a fight again."
Peg!
Yo, don't worry about it.
Jasper woke down and went over to her car.
What?
Allison wants to end the affair.
It's not gonna end like this.
Sure is.
On her terms.
She fired 4 times and then sped off in her car with those 2 little boys scared in the back seat.
She brought her sons with her to the shooting.
19-year-old Jasper Thomas doesn't stand a chance. He dies hours later from the gunshot wounds. Shortly after the shooting, police arrive at Allison's door. With so many witnesses, there's no question who the killer is. The only surprise is her reaction.
When they told her he was dead, she seemed surprised and a little bit sad.
If you've shot at someone and you find out they died later, you shouldn't be surprised.
Charged with murder, in 2004, a jury convicts Allison Miller of the lesser charge of manslaughter. She is sentenced to 20 years in prison.
Allison, her record was clean except for unpaid traffic tickets, writing bad checks, that type of thing.
No one can explain how a busy mom turned into a killer.
She doesn't seem like a bad person, she just made bad choices.
It appears that it was very important to Allison that she be the one to terminate the relationship.
Allison was never going to tame a 19-year-old free spirit. What she needed to control was herself.
But Allison's idea of conflict resolution was a gun and a bullet.
In the search for happiness,
She seemed insatiable.
some women won't compromise.
She was arrogant and she was stupid.
And there's a grim price to pay. Vivacious 23-year-old Gina Pierce loves the limelight.
I think she loved the attention. She wanted to be the center of attention.
And Gina knows she has something men want.
Shy type, ain't she? No stage too big for Gina.
She had a ravenous appetite for sex.
Come on!
She flits from one man to another.
Go and dance with your girl.
She liked the response she got from them.
She's all yours.
It did something for her. It made her feel good.
Then, in 1989, she meets 27-year-old Kevin Spann. He's different. He's got prospects. He's a military man.
Should probably get back.
Do we have to?
Kevin was going to be career military, which means he's going to have a job, he's going to have benefits, he'll have retirement.
Since her teen years, Gina's been searching for someone like Kevin.
Her main aim in life was to find a man who could support her and she could have children with.
She wanted the easy way out and the easy money.
Kevin was madly in love with Gina, there's no doubt about that.
Kevin adores everything about Gina, including her son from a previous marriage.
Kevin treated Gina's son as his own, and they formed a fantastic bond together.
I love you.
And soon things get even better. The couple is expecting their own child.
Kevin just wanted to live the American life and live the American dream.
But tragedy strikes.
A few weeks later, she announced she'd had a miscarriage.
It's okay. We can try again.
It's a devastating loss for Kevin. But soon, there's an even bigger shock.
Gina's lost the baby. No, she lost it.
Gina's family told Kevin she couldn't possibly have ever been pregnant.
Excuse me?
Years earlier, she had a tubal ligation.
No, I didn't know. Okay. All right.
He's told by her family that it was all a weird fantasy.
Hey, babe, you want me to fix you something to eat? What is it?
You lied to me.
I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to lose you.
But the fake pregnancy makes Gina the center of attention.
I love you.
And that's what she always craves.
Please forgive me.
He still came back to her, he still forgave her, and he still professed his undying love for her.
Kevin proves his adulation by marrying Gina in 1990.
Gina was on a mission to find a man. She found one that couldn't say no.
But for Gina, a permanent relationship is a new concept. Old habits die hard. When Kevin is away on duty serving his country, she's back to her old tricks.
Gina started having an affair with a younger serviceman. She seemed insatiable.
Mom, is Dad home? No, it's just the radio.
Marriage to Kevin became too normal, became too plain.
She filled the void with fun and games.
In military circles, her affair doesn't remain a secret for long. Kevin finds out and is devastated. But Gina begs him for a second chance.
I miss you.
Do you really?
I think so too.
Kevin forgives his wife one more time for the sake of her son.
He was doubly determined to do this, especially because he'd created such a strong bond with his stepson.
How's the drive?
Drive was fine. Jeez, you gotta be kidding me, right?
Cute, isn't he?
In 1997, Augusta, Georgia, Gina Spann treats her husband appallingly. She lies.
How's the drive?
The drive was fine.
She cheats. And now, she's moved her young lover into the marital home.
The household was about as non-traditional as you could find it.
Get out.
He's not going anywhere. And neither am I.
Gina had no respect for Kevin or her son.
But she's overplayed her hand.
Want a divorce?
Kevin said, "This is enough. This is over."
But Kevin doesn't move out immediately.
Have you ever made a bed?
He was not a confrontational person, as evidenced by this circus that she brought through the house.
Come on, boy, it's late.
He stays to protect his stepson from Gina's lifestyle.
I think Kevin stayed in that house longer than he wanted to because of that boy. Kevin was the parent while Mama was out playing.
There's no doubt that Kevin deeply cared for Gina's son, and he was prepared to do anything in order to retain his relationship with the boy.
But their impending divorce will put an end to the circus and cost Gina her financial security.
Her cash cow existence, being supported by Kevin, was about to collapse.
Gina thinks she knows a way to have her cake and eat it too.
I'm creeping up behind him. I got a gun.
Gina spiced up her sex life by creating fantasies to discuss with her young lover.
Bang! Bang! Ooh.
One of them included killing her own husband, Kevin.
Gina's planning to be an army widow with death benefits. But her boy toy wants nothing to do with it. So Gina finds someone younger and more impressionable.
Can someone give me a drink?
She was almost like a sort of female version of the Pied Piper. She had these teenage boys sort of eating out of her hand. She'd flirt with them. She'd make suggestive moves.
Gina was 31 chronologically, but mentally, she was still an adolescent.
Gina finds a new plaything, 17-year-old Larry Kelly.
Larry was a virgin when he met Gina, but he soon found himself overwhelmed with her insatiable desire for sex.
Larry doesn't know he's been seduced into killing.
Well, it's got to be done soon.
She recruits him
What's in it for us?
and two friends.
$5,000.
The new people to the plot, Matthew Piazzi and Gerald Horn, are all in their teens. They're 16, 18 years old.
She uses sex and money to motivate her teen murder squad.
So we have an extremely immature 31-year-old woman who's the ringleader of a bunch of teenagers to kill someone. What could possibly go wrong?
Gina's plan is simple. On May 11th, 1997, Kevin will die. Gina and her new lover stay in the car, while the gullible new recruits pull off an execution-style killing on Kevin's doorstep.
He was shot in the chest and in the face. He died immediately. It was just greed. Pure and simple greed.
Kevin is dead because he loved Gina so much, he couldn't see the monster that she was.
But before dawn, the monster is exposed when the police find Gina's private videos at the crime scene.
What'll make you happy? Killing Kevin. That'd really turn me on.
I remember the movie clip. She's driving down the road and he says something and she says something about killing Kevin. Just chilling.
Gina did everything wrong to get away with murder.
The police almost immediately link Gina with her new lover, Larry.
Larry, where were you at 9 p.m.?
Larry being the kid that he was, it didn't take long, and he finally fessed up to what they were doing.
Gina organized the whole thing.
Within several hours of Kevin's death, we had all 5 of these people in custody.
Gina preyed on the young and naive, who will pay a terrible price. 16-year-old Matthew Piazzi and 18-year-old Gerald Horn are sentenced to life for felony murder. Larry Kelly is found guilty of premeditated murder and is serving life plus 5 years for firearm offenses.
We did not go after the death penalty on the boys. They're 18, 17, 16. She was the main goal. We were seeking the death penalty with Gina.
To avoid the death sentence, Gina Spann pleads guilty to premeditated murder. She's sentenced to life without parole, plus 5 years for firearm offenses.
She was arrogant and she was stupid, and she got caught. Thank God.
All Kevin wanted in life was to forgive Gina and protect her son. Instead, his mother's in prison and his stepfather's dead.
Gina cared about one thing only, getting what she wanted. She completely disregarded what it would do to her son to see his stepfather dead.
These deadly women had lethal charm. Shirley Turner's thin grasp on reality destroyed everyone she cared about. Allison Miller punished misbehavior with death. And Gina Spann's appetite for money and sex killed the man who loved her. All 3 snatched men from the cradle and delivered them to the grave. They were killer cougars. Speak of the devil, and she shall appear. A jealous wife bays for blood.
If I can't have Bruce, no one will!
If I can't have him, nobody will.
Rejection turns a mistress into a monster.
On the scale of hideous and grotesque murders, this is at the top.
And an unhappy couple
Will you stop that?
drive each other to the brink.
People do some very vile things.
These deadly women don't pull punches. They commit unspeakable acts. "43-year-old Delpha Jo Spinagle loves having a man about the house. And she's had a few. 39-year-old Dennis is her fourth husband.
My He-Man.
I never said I was Mr. Fix-It.
She couldn't live with them, couldn't live without them. She always had to have a male companion, but she couldn't stay with one very long. That problems develop quickly.
Oh, honey, I know someone that can do this.
Oh, good.
She had met Dennis in the late 1980s, and he had a small business, a silkscreen business.
Should we go for a drink then?
It's not even 5 o'clock.
Well, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
My bad, boy.
Dennis Spinagle didn't have much, but he was a hard-working guy, taking care of himself. But Delpha had nothing. So to her, Dennis looked like quite the catch.
But Delpha has a wandering eye.
Can you pass me my saw?
And after 6 years of marriage, she invites another man into their home.
Thanks.
David Woodward.
He was a handyman, and she had known him prior to the marriage.
David is young and handsome.
He's 13, 14 years younger than Dennis, younger than Delpha, and he starts working for Dennis.
Soon he is more than just the hired help.
Perfect.
Well, make yourself useful and pass me my toolbox.
Both her and her husband had kind of struck up a friendship with him.
It's looking good. How long do you think it's gonna take?
Reckon about 3 days.
Great. I'll see you both later then.
Oh, honey.
He lives so far away. Could he maybe stay in the motorhome?
Sure. He seems like a nice guy.
Dennis and Delpha, they grew quite fond of David, and they trusted him enough to allow him into their home.
Delpha wanted David around, and Dennis would do whatever Delpha wanted.
Are you sure you'll be comfortable here?
Sure will.
Delpha was definitely attracted to him. David, of course, wasn't too attracted to her, wanted to be friends.
So glad you're here. Won't feel so alone.
What are you talking about? What about Dennis?
What about Dennis?
Delpha soon has her new tenant's ear.
He abuses me, he pushes me. Emotionally, I'm just a wreck from all of it. He drinks all the time.
I raise you.
David sees the problem firsthand.
I'm out. What?
Delpha claims that Dennis would like to get his drunk on.
What's up?
I think you've had enough.
Don't start, Delpha. A man can relax and have a drink in his own home.
Hey, are we playing or what? I'm in.
Well, I'm going to gents. Unless that's not okay with you.
And though he would never really hit her, he would push and shove her all the time and verbally abuse her.
And there's something else.
he had had an affair, and she wasn't happy with that. She was a jealous person. Delpha wanted to be in control and be in possession.
And it just had to what? Had to just stir up all of that anger inside of her. She wants to attack.
Delpha might not have been happy with Dennis, but she didn't want another woman to have him.
Delpha confronted, told her. She said, listen, if I can't have him, nobody will. Watch it.
You're a homewrecker! Stay away from my husband! Homewrecker!
That tells me that there's a lot of pent-up anger, maybe a volcanic rage inside of her just waiting to come out.
If I can't abuse, no one will! You hear me?
Delpha's frightened of losing her man. Not because she loves him, but because he's paying all the bills. There is another option to secure her financial future.
Delpha wanted one thing from Dennis: his life insurance payoff.
There was a $150,000 life insurance policy on Dennis's life. She was going to obtain that $150,000 because of his death.
Delpha wants someone else to do her dirty work. She goes looking for a hitman.
I want it done soon.
Understand. Give me the cash, I'll do the job.
She tried to hire, at least on 2 different occasions, a hitman to kill her husband.
Listen, there's a lot of money at stake here. There's gonna be more in this for you than you could ever imagine. So help me get it done. We'll be rich.
But Dennis is trying to make amends. He promises to change his ways.
Delpha, you gotta believe me.
Dennis ended the affair. He did what he was told.
Please, Delpha. I know what I did was stupid.
How can I ever trust you?
I'll make it up to you, I promise. I'll do whatever you want. I love you, Delpha. I love you.
That wasn't enough for Delpha.
It's too late. Delpha's wheels are in motion.
It's what's inside people that's hard to see.
In the suburbs of Oklahoma City, Delpha Jo Spinagle thinks her husband will soon be dead.
Don't contact me again.
Whoa, man.
She's paid a hitman, but she's been double-crossed.
Delpha now realizes I have to take this on my own. I have to do it myself. If he won't help, I'll find somebody and I'll get this done. But Dennis, he's gonna die.
On August 14th, 1993, it's time to call in a favor. She turns to her resident handyman, David Woodward.
Come on. Get up, it's time. It's time, get up.
What's important to Delpha in all of this is that she is driving the bus. She's calling the shots, literally.
Come on.
David becomes part of Delpha Jo's nightmare.
Delpha wanted Dennis dead, but she didn't want to do it herself.
Do it.
David would do anything for her, and she knew that.
Do it.
We have no idea why.
So David has a baseball bat, and he hauls back and takes a whack.
Hit him again! Get him!
Dennis would have had an incredible rush of adrenaline,
fury, anger, and pain when he was initially beat.
Hit him again! Hit him again! Hit him! Get him!
One guy against the other guy, but one of them has a bat.
Delpha, please! Hit him again!
Delpha, standing back, loving it all. She's part of this violence.
David begged Dennis to please die because his arms were getting sore.
So when David can't get control of the situation with the bat, what does he do?
Here, use this! Just die!
And he stabs Dennis right in the chest.
Incredibly, Dennis is still alive.
This man was heroic. He had tremendous courage. Much more than that, he had stamina and determination. He had a lot of fight in him.
Dennis just wouldn't die. I mean, it was a very gruesome homicide scene. There was blood on the wall. There was blood on the ceiling. There was blood throughout the house.
Please, stop. You're gonna kill me. Give me my shorts.
Just don't move.
Amidst the horror, Dennis begs for one final wish.
Hurry up! Hurry up! Just hurry up and die!
Dennis asked if he could put his pants on, and they allowed that, but they couldn't allow him to live.
Delpha and David coil a rope around Dennis's neck. Each take a side like it's a tug of war, and they strangle him to death.
This was a long, torturous, drawn-out murder. It took hours to kill Dennis.
They took his body and they dumped it out in a rural area of Oklahoma County out by a culvert. And it was in the middle of summer, and it was very hot, 100 degrees during that time period.
Days goes by. Delpha waits, picks up the phone, calls the police.
911, what's your emergency?
Hi, I'd like to report my husband missing.
Okay, ma'am, can you tell me exactly what happened?
He walked out. He was really drunk and angry, and I haven't seen him since.
Dennis's body is found 5 days after the attack. A clear case of murder. The first place the police investigate is the family home.
There's no way in this particular incident that a person could have cleaned the house up with any cleaning agents. The only way that they could have cleaned this house up if the house had been burned down.
Luminol reveals blood spatter everywhere.
They found hair and blood specimens like in a vacuum. They found dried blood throughout the house in different locations, and it was quite apparent that there'd been a major struggle.
And the cops figure it out like it's a puzzle, a kid's puzzle.
Delpha Joe tries to pin it on her accomplice.
Delpha said this guy went crazy. He wanted to commit some sort of satanic ritual by killing her husband. Mr. Woodward was saying that he was involved, but he was solicited to commit the crime by Delpha, and that Delpha actually physically helped in the crime.
They are both convicted of first-degree murder. David Woodward is sentenced to life without parole. In 1998, Delpha Joe Spinagle accepts a plea of life, no chance of parole.
She committed a murder with no value for human life. This was somebody she supposedly loved.
The three major motivators of murder are jealousy, revenge, and money. For Delpha, it was the almighty dollar.
I don't think we have a future together.
A broken promise taints all trust
That pledge was very important.
and turns a loyal heart
she was planning to do something terrible.
Into a vengeful vixen.
She wanted ultimate pain and suffering.
China, 2011. 41-year-old Saisiar Liao has been unlucky in love.
Her husband was killed in a car accident, and she was incredibly grief-stricken after that accident because she'd been very much in love with her first husband.
The dumpling here is quite well known.
But she's finally met a man with whom she has a lot in common. 57-year-old Brian Mock.
He's a Chinese-born Australian businessman who does a lot of travel between China and Australia.
So have you been to Australia?
Many times. My daughter lives there.
With her daughter studying in Australia, Saisiar regularly travels between the two countries, a luxury she's worked hard to afford.
Can I have your number?
Okay.
She was involved in making certain Chinese foods.
Thank you, thank you. So we should keep in touch when you come to Australia.
She became very popular doing that, and that business grew, and she became very successful.
They agree to see each other whenever their jet-setting paths cross.
Thank you. It's my favorite color.
They became smitten right away.
Back in Australia, Brian has a family.
Oh, the boy's coming!
2 daughters and a beloved grandson. He and his wife recently split up.
Brian's separated from his wife, so they're not divorced, but they have broken up. He's on a business trip, he meets a new woman, and there's no problems for them starting a relationship.
After 40 years of marriage, Brian is dating again.
I missed you so much.
Me too.
For 3 years, he and Saisiar meet on both sides of the world.
It's good to see you again.
He was an older man, and she believed that he was attracted to her, and that's what she wanted.
And Brian is honest about his situation back home.
You must know, I'm married. Please, wait. We are separated.
I won't be the other woman.
Saisiar wants their romance to be more. And she gets her hopes up when Brian asks her to be patient.
I don't want to go.
Be patient.
Being patient would mean someday you'll be my wife.
Brian believes his marriage is over.
Keep it as a symbol of our love.
And decides to take the next step.
You promise you get a divorce?
Brian did and said things that he wasn't really free to do. He gave her a wedding ring.
It's all Saisiar needs to start spreading the news to her relatives in China.
Your man, your country.
Everyone is getting excited about the pending wedding.
So for Saisiar, that pledge was very important. It was something that couldn't be taken back.
When's the big day? As soon as his divorce is final.
And she also sees him as her ticket to Australia, where her daughter is, a great opportunity for her to start a new life, a new family, and a new husband.
But there's one thing Brian isn't expecting.
It's good to be together.
Just behave yourself.
Wife Mai wants to give their marriage another go.
He'd been with her since he was 16, and she was the love of his life.
Deep down, Brian didn't want to leave his wife, and if the marriage could work with her, he wanted to try and make it work.
Where have you been? Why haven't I heard from you?
Can I come in? Can I explain?
On Saisiar's next visit, Brian breaks the news.
Everything that she was looking forward to, the dream of living in Australia, was lost.
What is it? Tell me.
I don't think we have a future together.
What? But you promised.
Things have changed.
What has changed?
She didn't take it well.
You marry me, I destroy your life.
You got upset, it's over.
Saisiar isn't just devastated. She's humiliated.
She flew into a jealous rage. She went absolutely crazy.
I've gone back to my wife.
No!
And she said, plain and simple, that she would get revenge.
And she threatened Brian, you're gonna leave your wife or else.
Melbourne, Australia, 2015. Chinese businesswoman Saisiar Liao's hope of a new life and a new man in Australia is over.
She felt that it would be sort of happily ever after. When Brian told her that wasn't to be the case, she started plotting her revenge.
But Saisiar isn't willing to give up 61-year-old Brian Mock.
I'm not going home. You promised this will be my home.
Hey!
People caught in the grips of a severe jealousy and obsession know their life is horrible.
She became fixated on this idea that Brian had to marry her.
Spurned, then dismissed. Saisiar schemes to bring him down.
Saisiar made threats for months to Brian, and it was often over social media. And she would threaten to kill his wife.
She never actually threatened to kill Brian. All the threats were always directed at May.
Saisiar offers the man who rejected her one last chance.
The next day, Saisiar went to Brian's house and waited till his wife had gone to work.
Brian!
But she'd been to the house before and she knew the layout of the house. And she demanded to be allowed in to discuss what was going to happen.
What are you doing here?
I want to talk, that's all. Just let me in, okay?
It's the same Saisiar with a familiar refrain.
An ultimatum, divorce your wife or else.
Marry me, and all will be forgiven.
He got or else.
That's never going to happen.
You're pushing me too far.
The ex-lovers aren't home alone.
Now you've woken the boy. I think you should go.
Brian's 4-year-old grandson was in bed.
When 4-year-old Alistair woke up and started crying, Brian goes upstairs to comfort him.
While he was gone, Saisiar slipped something into his tea.
She spikes his tea with sedatives. Soon, Brian is comatose, helpless.
She wanted to really hurt Brian and to make him realize how much she was suffering from his decision not to marry her.
This was pure revenge for Brian's rejection.
Now it's time to meet the family, one by one.
She went upstairs and butchered a 4-year-old child.
She stabbed him repeatedly with the garden shears, left him in a pool of blood on his bed, just left him like he was asleep.
This vengeful lover hasn't inflicted enough pain yet.
Where's my grandson?
Brian was wondering where his grandson was. He kept calling out for his grandson, asking Saisia where he was.
Is he okay?
Shut up! I'll put this right into your eyes.
But she refused to tell him. She just kept promising that what was about to happen was going to be bad.
She kicks him, she punches him. She just vents her fury at him for not doing what he'd promised to do.
It had to have been pure hell for him. Brian was now being held by a monster and was completely helpless.
When will your wife be home?
She doesn't kill Brian. She's just killing time. Saisia waits 10 hours for his wife to come home.
Not only is she torturing him physically, kicking him in the face and chest, she's also telling him when his wife gets home, she's going to kill her. And there's nothing Brian could do about it.
At 5 p.m. on March 31st, 2015, Saisia strikes.
Saisia confronted May with the garden shears, which she'd used earlier to kill the 4-year-old boy.
She stabbed her 23 times. She's a maniac.
Brian's tied up and listening to his wife be killed.
I cut her throat. I kill everyone to make you suffer.
My grandson.
But this killer's work is not yet done. The mother of Brian's slain grandson is due any minute.
She was waiting to try and kill Brian's daughter as well, and that's why she didn't flee the scene.
He was going to have to sit there and listen to both his wife and his daughter be murdered while waiting, knowing that his time was coming.
But the neighbors had heard the commotion and called the police, and they intercepted her.
Miss, I need you to stand up. You're under arrest.
They found her sitting on the couch next to Brian, almost as if nothing had happened.
In 2015, Saisia Liao pleads guilty to murder and is jailed for life, with a minimum sentence of 32 years.
How could someone who was a mother herself, after murdering an innocent child, lay in wait for 10 hours so that she could kill another person?
The man who inspired her passion and her fury is left to suffer the rest of his life.
To make a man that you had wanted to marry sit through that and listen to his entire family be murdered, it's sadistic.
On the scale of hideous and grotesque and senseless murders, this is at the top.
Something goes bump in the night.
She hears a loud thump.
Louise?
She wakes up and she sees Louise at the bottom of the stairs.
A bizarre accident.
He had fallen down the stairs and stabbed himself in the eye.
Ends a 30-year union.
Louise!
They were shocked. They couldn't believe it.
San Pedro, California, 2004. Keeping a marriage strong over decades isn't easy.
He's passionate.
Yeah, but I've heard it all before.
As Nancy and Luis Larios know.
Nancy Larios was a respected school teacher, admired by her friends.
She taught French and Spanish.
Cheers.
He was a big, loud, bombastic Spaniard.
After 30 years of marriage,
Wow, a thinker and a cook.
Why, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Perfect.
Nancy isn't hanging on Luis's every word.
They didn't have a lot of affection between them. When it came to her husband, would pick at him and criticize him in front of other people.
And it's the little things in a marriage that can make or break it.
Louise had this annoying habit of picking at his beard.
And that drove her crazy. And she wanted him to get rid of that beard, and that beard was too long, and she never liked it.
They may no longer be a romantic couple, but Nancy doesn't want to leave. But she's worried Luis may be planning to.
Still preening yourself?
Well, you like the new me?
Louise had lost 80 pounds within the last year. He had been working out a lot. She didn't seem to be happy about it.
What are you all dressed up for?
I'm gonna meet the guys for coffee.
You're going to a lot of effort.
A middle-aged man suddenly on a fitness campaign.
Just get off my back.
Nancy is suspicious.
Or what?
I mean it.
And she has every right to be.
He did have an affair. He had the affair for about 2 or 3 years.
I think Nancy viewed her husband as being the kind of person that could, in fact, have walked away from the relationship.
Luis has other secrets as well.
Luis had received approximately $90,000 from his father's inheritance that he may not have disclosed to his wife at the time he received it.
Nancy was very concerned about it.
What's this?
Hey, it's really happening. It's an inheritance.
That you were keeping secret from me.
No, it was gonna be a surprise.
And you expect me to believe that?
Yes, it's the truth.
Nancy no longer trusts Luis. She takes charge of the family fortunes.
So, how can I be of assistance?
I just think I need to get a handle on our affairs.
She's worried I got a secret stash.
No, I just want to plan for our future.
Nancy was much more interested in their financial future than Luis was.
She puts her husband's inheritance to good use.
And can we fit an ensuite there?
Sure, that's easy. And an extension here? Sure.
How much?
For everything? 40, 50,000?
And there are other financial matters Nancy is dealing with.
No Luis today.
Oh no, he couldn't make it.
They had arranged for 10 meetings with a financial planner.
So, how can I help?
I thought it was time to review our life insurance. Oh well, Luis's policies.
Nancy went to 10, Luis went to 2 or 3.
Here we are here.
Sounds perfect. Thank you.
Nancy is full of plans for the future.
Bye.
Her future.
People do some very vile things.
San Pedro, California.
Just get off my back.
Or what?
Nancy and Luis Larios' 30-year marriage is loveless. But on April 22nd, 2004, Nancy tries to reignite the spark with a date night.
After dinner, they decided they were gonna watch movies.
To his surprise, she waits on Luis hand and foot.
I didn't expect a date night.
I know you want to see this movie.
Sure do.
But that doesn't stop his annoying habit.
Oh my God, will you stop that?
That was a big deal to her, and she just could not stand him picking at his beard.
And after a quiet night in, Nancy falls asleep.
Something woke her up. She hears a loud thump.
she looked, she saw him at the bottom of the stairs. And the scissors were in his eye. She has to call someone because her husband's dead at the bottom of these stairs.
Father, it's Nancy Larius.
Nancy summons an unlikely savior.
My husband's had a terrible fall.
She called a priest to administer last rites.
I think he needs the last rites.
Last rites are usually administered as someone is dying, not after the fact.
The advice was, call law enforcement, call the paramedics.
I heard a thud, and when I looked, he was lying at the bottom of the stairs.
It was unusual. She wasn't excited. She didn't appear to be traumatized.
Was he breathing?
I turned him over, and he'd fallen on the scissors.
She tells the first deputy on scene that her husband was carrying a chair, trash bags, and a pair of scissors, and he fell down the stairs. And he accidentally stabbed himself in the right eye with the scissors. Her story was very inconsistent with what we saw at the scene.
We noticed that there was adhesive on the body of Luis Larios.
Nancy tries to explain away the tape marks.
And her basic story was that Luis was enjoying some brandy, and he had this annoying habit of pulling his beard. And so she decided to strap his arms to the chair to prevent him from pulling his beard. But he caught her doing it, and they had a good laugh.
It's a bizarre explanation, and so are her actions after she finds her husband's body.
I couldn't bear seeing him like that.
She had scrubbed the floor, she had scrubbed her husband, she had removed his clothing and redressed him.
She wanted him cleaned up and presentable to see the priest.
And Nancy can't explain away the forensic evidence.
There was no explanation ever offered why there'd be a blood spatter upstairs in the bedroom.
If Luis died the way she said, there would have been no blood in the bedroom. For a teacher, she wasn't very smart.
Police piece together the real story.
Nancy Larios fed her husband a great deal of alcohol. He was also under the influence of temazepam.
After Luis became sleepy, Nancy made her move. She tied him up in a chair with duct tape. Who has duct tape in a bedroom? Nancy Larios does. Then she stabbed her husband in the eye with a 6-inch scissors blade.
I can't imagine what it was like for him to look up and see the scissors come towards his head, towards his eye, from his wife.
A lot of force went into it, a lot of anger.
His head was a bloody mess.
Nancy then rolled the chair with Luis strapped to it outside to the top of the landing and pushed him down the stairs.
It was just such a violent death for Luis.
If this wasn't a premeditated murder, then that was the biggest overreaction in history to a man stroking his beard and irritating his wife.
For staging an accident, this teacher gets an F.
Nancy left so much evidence of the crime scene, it could have been a CSI training room.
The police soon discover she has a lucrative motive.
she took receipt of a $425,000 life insurance policy 11 days prior to killing her husband. That was huge. In total, there was probably about $1 million worth of insurance and annuities.
She was tired of him. She didn't love him anymore. And she wanted him out of the picture, and she wanted a lot of money when he was gone.
In 2005, Nancy Larios is found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. Permanent detention for this rotten teacher.
There was no indication she was capable of this. None.
Murderers have two faces. The one they present to the friends, family, and the world, and the one behind closed doors. Luis met the one behind closed doors.
It's not just Nancy's greed that sets this crime apart. It's her utter lack of compassion for the man who shared her bed for 30 years.
Two people don't love each other and they just want to go their separate ways, then so be it. But why did she have to torture him and kill him in the manner that she did?
These deadly women had true darkness inside them. Delpha Jo Spinagle left her marriage in a ditch. Saisiar Liao destroyed the life of the man who betrayed her. And Nancy Larios turned resentment into bloodshed. All three found a thirst for blood that could only be satisfied by unspeakable acts